Hello. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? It's the spoopy month. But then again, I didn't really prepare for anything, did I? I didn't prepare for anything for spoopy month. It's sad to say that there will be no spoopy kobo. No spoopy kobo though. Or maybe I can work on something during this month. Maybe, you know, maybe. I do love spoopy month, and I honestly do love those like creepy looking creatures. I do love those aesthetics. I love them, like cryptids. You know, cryptids, scary looking creatures. The form and like the form shit that just all mumble jumble together, it becomes scary. I love those kind of stuff. You know, dark, stretched. I know maybe it's a little weird to like, you know, to describe creepy as deformed and stretched, but in my mind it's just kind of how it works. Kinda, right? Kinda. So I don't know. I'm kind of kind of want some spoopy kobold going on. I'll think about it. I'll see if I can do anything. Hi Onyx. Hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm just vibing to this music right now. It's heckin' great. Oh yeah, also I didn't... Man, I didn't have any, like... I didn't have coffee today. Let's hope I can stay awake Let's hope I can stay awake today. I should make myself a coffee, but I'm so lazy right now. I don't want to move. I don't want to move. No coffee. It's fine. Look, I got this. Don't worry about it. Look, Hi-Fi Rush is gonna keep me awake, I'm pretty sure. Right? Anyway, I'm gonna continue playing Hi-Fi Rush. I don't know if I can finish it today or something. Maybe I can. I don't know how long this game is still. I'm just gonna do it. It's fine. So let me open up this one real quick. Okay, there we go. I think I'm done preparing, question mark. Let's go here. And there. It's Hi-Fi Rush music. You know, Rekka's music is pretty good. The quiet, very tense moment. But then Mimosa is more extravagant. And it's fun too. Like, I like this. Alright, let's play some heckin' Hi-Fi Rush. I do love me some Hi-Fi Rush. Oh yeah, also my family celebrated my birthday early yesterday. Oh, I forgot how loud it is. I mean, knowing that my birthday is tomorrow, don't know how I feel about that. Getting 1 year older. Oh, hi McLarge. Hello, welcome in. You're beautiful. Hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Yeah, get Uno reverse card, ED. The kitty is great in this game. So we yesterday we left off with beating up Mimosa. Yes. So maybe now we're gonna deal with Roquefort and Kale. I mean, of course, Kale is gonna be the last one because, you know, that very punchable face. Also, Corsica.
Chai?
Chai? I like Corsica.
So, how does it feel to take down one of your old co-workers?
Mimosa? Honestly, I'm not dwelling on it.
Can see you two weren't the type to hang out after work.
Or be friendly, or even talk.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah, Kel was the only one on her radar, but even that was second to her public image. Granted, if you wanted the world to know what you were up to, Mimosa was number one for that.
Well, now she's number done.
What is it with you in these jokes? They're honestly terrible.
You can say that. You can say that again, Corsica.
You doing okay? You look more worried than usual.
For the first time in a while, I don't know what to do. But even worse than that, you seem to, which is a little frightening.
It's because you're too tactical. You think inside the box.
Oh, believe me, I've approached this from multiple angles.
Well, I'm so far outside the box, there's like no box. Just some sort of spherical thing.
Like a sphere?
No, it's even more abstract than that.
Okay, this conversation isn't instilling any confidence, so just let us know when you have your plan figured out.
I'm terrified. Still. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm terrified. Hi, Ixen. Meep, merp, merp, meep, merp. It's the dragon. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chai.
I know I have the conversation with them yesterday before I end, but then you see they all have heckin' exclamation mark on them. I had to do it.
Nice work setting up our escape plan at the show.
Oh, I merely flipped the switch. Your showdown with Mimosa was much more work.
You can say that again. We put on a good show.
A Project Armstrong festival for the ages.
You didn't happen to get a video of it, you know, for remembering the good times?
Of course not. I live in the moment.
Peppermint?
Cinnamon, I gotta know. Did you realize Peppermint was related to Roxanne Vandelay?
Of course. Wasn't it obvious?
We're not all psych robots, dude.
Regardless, it was clearly a private matter she held close. It was not my business to tell.
That's very considerate of you.
Of course it is. Just as I do not tell everyone here your darkest secrets. They are very embarrassing indeed.
Even I don't know about Chai's darkest secret, and I play as Chai. What is Chai hiding? Still like macaron.
What's going on, Chai?
Macaron. Stop sweating. Oh yeah, the nervousness. Caution, Dirk Horney. Maybe quite for a gaming pleasure. It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you.
Security's on
Did I not?
lockdown.
Oh god.
Everyone's looking for us.
Give me a
I
second.
don't know what to do.
But I know
Hi
what to
Fang.
do.
I opened it.
Well, then don't keep us waiting. I'm getting anxious.
You're always
Hello.
anxious.
Hope you're doing
What do I
good.
need to do to calm you down?
Oh, sorry, Chai. It's a bad habit. If anyone can get us through this, it's you.
Aw, always can count on you for the vote of confidence.
See, macaron is nice. What's your take on Roquefort?
Seems like Roquefort and Zonzo had a rough relationship. Any inside info?
All I know are the arguments. R&D wants money to create. Finance wants it done cheaper.
Ah, I will pretend I know how to manage money.
But creating things that are good, it's not a science. It cannot be calculated. Roxanne understood that. She knew things took time and made sure we had what we needed. But Roquefort, it was all about the contribution. I mean, I know that's how business works, but I thought we were more than that.
Seems like that won't change until he's gone. So let's stay focused.
Then we have Peppermint. Peppermint.
Hey, Peppermint.
Family problems.
I guess we can finally talk, if you want to, about you, Kale, your family.
808
Long
best
stories
Kate.
maybe for
Yeah.
another day, but I
Best
think I
kitty.
took my mom's push for me to be someone better a bit too personally. I left home, wanted to do things my own way. But looking back, she probably only wanted the best for me.
You said she made your robotic leg.
I lost it in an accident when I was younger.
Oh,
She made it by hand. I tinkered with it a bit, but it's still pretty much how she designed it.
Sounds like Project Armstrong.
Technically, it was. I know that after she realized what technology can do in this case, she started up a unit within Vandalay to develop prototypes. And Kale is just rewriting that history. It's unforgivable.
Well, he's got more than just you angry at him. We've got your back.
I appreciate that, Chai.
aw, Chai is being nice. But now I've seen actual versions of the girl who? 808? Please just say, intro version is not just anime girl with ears and tail. If that's it, I'll mold. I will sieve and mold. You ready for my plan?
Ooh, I can't wait to see your face when you hear my plan.
Wolf
I'm more
Blue?
worried than anything.
Did the...
If I had time,
Hello.
I'd curate a montage
Oh,
of your
there it is.
plans that have gone terribly.
Thank you.
Terribly amazing.
No, just terribly. Granted, you find a way to get yourself out of them, so I can't complain too much.
That's because it's all going according to plan.
You specifically say you are improvising when you do stuff like that. That's the opposite of a plan.
The unplanned plan. That's the ultimate plan.
Chai. Oh my god, Chai. Fine, Chai. It worked. Okay, let's continue. I don't think it's actually a kill. Alright. Intro version that is proper fluff and weirdly. Okay. Thanks for the follow again. Appreciate it. Welcome in. 808 has the most fan art for some reason. Yeah, furries. I'm not even surprised at this point that 808 has the most fan art out of everything. The power of furry artists is not to be trifled with, to say the least. they are powerful. Very powerful. You see a character that a furry character that a furry artist likes, then chances are you will see fan art of them. Lots of them. So, yeah. Sometimes there are games that made to bait furries in the game. I mean, I got baited multiple times, Killing Instinct being one because of Riptor. There's also Saberwolf. I mean, I'm a huge fighting game fan, so most of the games that I play are fighting games, and they have some like raptor characters, scale characters, furry characters. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you can find lots of fan art about those characters. I wish to obtain the power after 16 years of practice. I've yet to draw a straight line. I cannot draw a straight line without a ruler or being on digital painting. But for AOA is too adorable in this game. I might have to get back into this. Yeah, AOA is just... Starting to remember on how we met. It was True Cat. Yeah. Wild, right? But KI really just deals that mental damage to me now that I play it. I love the game, I really do. But holy shit, the people playing the game is just toxic as fuck and I cannot handle it. Sadly.
Everyone's starting to look at me like I know what I'm doing. You and I were the star of the show back there.
Kitty. Kitty.
You and I were the star of the show back there.
Must play with Kitty. Kitty nice. You notice
All
that?
right.
Yeah.
Here we go. A plan. I needed to come up with a plan. Breaking through all of security? Not on our schedule. I needed to get around it. Or in this case, over it.
How about next time we shoot you out of a cannon right to where we need to go?
Oh no.
Peppermint knew it all along. Those fireworks from the festival had to get launched somehow. Turns out it was from on top of the QA center in production. But now it was time for us to use it.
Everyone is
Shooting me
terrified.
into Mandalay Tower and right into Roquefort's office. The plan was airtight.
Airtight, huh?
It was irresponsibly dangerous.
Yeah.
Statistically, the least likely to succeed.
Oh my god.
It was supposed to be sarcastic.
But he had so much heart. We just couldn't say no.
Oh man.
With the team in agreement, I snuck the production in the
Oh
night.
no. I guess. We're gonna be cannonball now. Agreement, yeah. Nowadays, the actual nice players are away waiting for the update. Can't blame them.
Woo!
Guess I'm the one as well.
Wild battle. I wish you could have seen it.
I can't believe you survived that.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Ah,
That's unrealistic.
let's never mention this again. But hey, I'm here now.
Anyway, Chai, I need you to sync 808 to the cannon.
Chai, you
Once I have
idiot.
access, I can recalculate the trajectory here.
Ooh, alright. Do I count as a nice players? I hope so. In the KI. Because I remember whenever I play KI, I just get teabagged and taunted by all... Who's the ice alien again? The character that I hate so much that I don't even want to remember the name. I actually don't remember. Glaciers, there it is. Yeah. It's all glaciers I fought against, and man, fuck, they're all like godlike. I don't know what to do with Riptor. Just getting destroyed, can't even get it. And when I get it, they just like armor through it and just like puddle. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's rough. Thinking about it just...
We're in. Cinnamon, buddy, you calibrate the coordinates.
Try, just got an email. They know you're there. Wow, you should really take me off the security alerts.
Cinnamon, how long for the cannon prep?
My apologies, Mr. Chai, but I need a moment.
Alright, guess we're fighting.
I'll give you 2 moments. Here we go.
Ooh, double? We take those. Why she got this action? Corsica is hot.
My cannon have completed. Now to begin the careful adjustments.
Is that the fastest you can go?
Mr. Chai, precision is paramount.
Okay,
I made
okay.
a helpful visual guide to let you know my progress. Oh, there it is. I hope you like my design.
Oh no.
Stop the cannon!
Oh no.
Don't let them break it.
That would be worse than breaking my concentration.
Cinnamon, you're picking up the worst habits. Try. The enemies are damaging the cannon.
I'm
And I
trying.
even made those helpful icons to tell you which ones.
I'm trying. Oh, too far.
Try, they're going to destroy the cannon.
Take out the enemy's target to get ASAP.
Cinnamon's almost done. Just take out any security left.
Alright, let's finish this up.
Cinnamon, it's stuck at 99%. What's going on?
Oh no.
Odd. My signal is cut off. Might something be interfering with it?
It says stuck. Because she's hot, yeah. Oh hi. Upgrade a burb.
I think I found the interference.
Hey,
Fantastic,
fine.
Mr. Jai.
No, not fantastic.
You've got this, Jai. Wreck that thing, and Cinnamon's in the clear.
Corsica, you got this. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's go!
You need to bring it down to the ground for me to put out the flames.
That's where I come in.
Peppermint.
I've got this, Jai.
Shot! Time it right and gone.
Oh my god, I can't keep up with that many things. I just woke up.
Peppermint, come on. Corsica, you got this.
Here's a help, Jai.
Corsica.
How tough are you? Oh, there it is. Oh. I pressed it. Uh-oh. I soak. I guess we're trying again. There we go. That took way longer than it should. Yes, I agree. See on time.
My access has returned, with only moderate suffering from Mr. Jai. The cannon is angled right at Ropefer's office. Only the payload is required.
Just call me Palo.
Guess we're going in. What? A cobalt not at peak performance? Preposterous.
This is the greatest plan ever.
Oh, the kitty likes it. The kitty
Let's
likes
hope this
it.
works.
That's not how cannon works.
Gang? What's that?
Oh
Oh,
my, that was not in my calculations.
or is it?
Good news, he'll still hit the tower. Just not exactly where we planned.
That. Kitty.
Come in. I hope no one noticed.
I'm sure no one. I'm sure everyone noticed. Yeah, sure. Oh, this game is so good. Huh? Yeah. Hey, post to post, exactly.
Crap.
Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Let's go, Corsica.
Rover, clean up this mess.
Nah.
Ready for more?
This game's delivery of joke is perfect, I would say. Oh crap. There we go. Oh. Got him. Fun. I'm so good at playing on hard, to be honest. Hi, Shredder. It's a stinky dirk. Oh god.
Nope.
A gun? Oh, hi. Oh.
Ready?
What?
Oh shit. Ready? Oh my god, Corsica, why are you so hot?
No one messes with Vandalay cuisine.
炒饭定时麻婆豆腐 Why is it suddenly 麻婆豆腐 out of nowhere? I'm sorry, that caught me off guard. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, fucking, I'm tearing up. Shit. Oh. What did it say? 什么定时? I forgot. I only remember 麻婆豆腐, but something about some Chinese cuisine, you know. 什么定时? I forgot I forgot the right part, but the left part is 麻婆豆腐, which is like one of the ways you prepare tofu. 麻婆 is like in a clay pot, and it's spicy, filled with a lot of spices and minced meat, and you put tofu in there. It's basically mapo tofu, not that one. But I'm not a chef, so it's just kind of funny that suddenly, you know, something very cool, and then you have the fucking mapo tofu as the background. Fuck, that is so good. Yes, hello, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. A little EP since I didn't have coffee. You know what? I should just be like, I'm EP as the tag right there. Yeah, and like a food name, yes. I love that shit so much. So I hope you're doing good, Shannon. I didn't. I missed it. Alright, guess we're doing it. Oh, it's Japanese. I pressed it!
in the wake.
Kitty! Oh my god.
Get him there and eat this kid for lunch.
Let's go Corsica! Nice, finally. How can you not like this game, honestly? How can you not like this game? I don't understand.
That was rough. Even for me.
No, that's fun as hell.
Roan passed out, but he's on his feet again.
Chai, you're doing it. The tower is unguarded. We're headed your way.
Chai,
Oh, nice.
Roper's office is a couple floors above you. Get up there and kick his ass.
Alright, we're gonna kick Rockford's ass. Definitely feeling. Yes, doing good. Nice, good to know. Yes, your favorite 808 animation. It's the first time I've seen it. Oh, it's gonna be so much fight here. I'm gonna love it so much.
Rockford here. Shut this place down. Protect finance at all costs. I said costs.
Okay, fine, alright, you said cost, okay. No, not the fridge!
Oh my, it's been quite a while, but I can tell you're in quite a predicament.
Did you just sacrifice yourself for my escape?
Unfortunately not. I was merely on the way to get lunch.
Oh,
Oh, well. Still, thanks.
Always glad to be helpful.
thanks, fridge. Please hold there for a little bit. I wanna see if I'm missing anything. That's gonna hurt.
Oh my, that doesn't seem to work at all.
Thanks, fridge. Oh, a smidge. Ooh, that's a cool one. Sorry, the mapo tofu is just like my #1 interaction right now. It's like too good. The mapo tofu. Now I crave some tofu. Fuck. I want tofu. My personal favorite. My favorite tofu would be egg tofu. So good. And then egg tofu prepared in minced meat and some gravy sauce, I think. Ooh. The good stuff.
Get him, macaron! Gotta roll up my sleeves.
You're not going anywhere.
Rope's claim is false. There is a route below you.
Yeah, look at that. Secret. Ooh. Ooh, the bass is sexy. Shit. I'm gonna shut up for a little bit and listen to the bass. Ooh, that's sexy. I like it. It might be very soft there, but I hope you guys can hear it a little bit. I had a fried rice earlier today, if that counts. Oh, that totally counts, hell yeah. Oh my god, headphones are getting some.
up, Ty.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Keep it up, Ty.
You alright, Ty? Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
where? Oh. I think I almost messed up.
Incoming, Ty.
Ooh, Sonic! Oh my god, it's another kimono.
Let me at those shit, Ty.
You got this, Matt.
Go to Ty.
Here's out, Ty.
Peppermint!
All eyes on. Let me at them.
Force it up! Stop! It's guarding everything!
I can put a stop to that. You alright, Ty?
Ref launcher? I pressed it! Why?
Those arms are blocking everything. Wait for it to put its guard down.
Alright, do it again, do it again. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't work. It's kind of weird. I guess if I want to nitpick about this game, it would just be that one.
Kinda. Looks like it's across from an atrium you're coming up to.
If you find any shortcuts before I do, let me know, okay?
Oh, I was suddenly going 8-bit music? Oh my god, listen to that. Oh my god, this game is fucking sexy, holy shit. Oh wait, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are you irregular rhythm? One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you are fun pie. I don't know what it is. Oh, I'm not good with fun pie. Oh god, this game's been sexy. I know, right? The music is definitely one of them. And Borg, Borg. Steal the show. Well, sorry Corsica, someone just won. Sorry Corsica. Oh hi Ingrid. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I'm not good with irregular rhythm. Fuck.
Welcome to the future of technology.
Hi, Evie.
Yeah, I think I found the atrium.
Look up to the left.
Yep, I see it.
Doctor's office is right on that balcony.
Oh, dope. I got this.
Hi, cutie Kobo. Way, hi. When is Ultra Kill stream? I honestly have no idea. I just sort of do stuff on the fly.
For all units entering rooms, please use the doors available. Destroyed walls are very expensive to replace.
Hope you're doing good, Evie. Oh, nice. Whoa. Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
No one panic. Mr. Chai has assured us he has, quote, got this, end quote.
Got this, end quote. Okay, so we're doing it. Kitty! What does that do? I don't know. Oh, they just don't move. Oh my god, you. Oh, I don't need to. Kitty. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Why? How? Oh wait, I can have my own pose.
Emotional damage.
Oh, hi Brave. Hi Perry. Hello. How goes it? Sending up a letter kit for a job interview. Oh, big good luck with the job interview, Perry. Also, hi. I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. A little EP. Nothing a good old coffee can help, but I didn't have it today. Oh. Oh, this is great. Oh. Milo okay lah. Milo okay lah, but it's just not as good as coffee, it feels like. Coffee, good, sipping some yourself, nice. I might want to get some coffee for myself. Yeah. I would love some coffee. I'm so, chum? Milo plus coffee, isn't that chum? Or inyong? Alright, there we go. Sorry. Had to do it. There we go. I didn't know this game had my synth alternate programmed in. It's the synth, it's perfect. Minoba's copy is honestly pretty good, not gonna lie. Just... maybe I'm just lazy to prepare it. Oh god, alright, here we go. Ooh, nice. That was a short one.
You enjoying this 808?
All units in the atrium, do whatever you need to do. I'll expense it.
I messed up. I'm playing Sonic.
Keep going, Chai.
First, I was gonna do that anyway. Second, I can make my own decisions, Corsica. I am an adult.
Says a guy who shot himself out of a cannon.
Hey, it worked. Kinda.
Asia version of mocha. I honestly don't know what a mocha is, even though I had it yesterday. I still think it's coffee. Hey, what I do? Okay, fair. Mocha is essentially chocolate coffee. Coffee with chocolate? Oh, okay, so called chocolate coffee lah. Okay. I don't know, chocolate coffee sounds good. Hi. Oh. Got him. Milo with coffee is Asian mocha. I don't know, like, but people call Milo with coffee as cham or yin yang, or is it coffee with tea? It's either coffee with tea or coffee with Milo. One of them. Cham and yin yang. One of them. I always like mix up all of them. Milo plus coffee counts as at least as a cappuccino. Probably. She goes right back to work. Very dedicated to her work. Budget challenge. I'd like to thank every section of the company for participating with the budget challenge. While it was difficult to shave off unnecessary costs, the result have allowed us to have our most profitable quarter yet and increased bonuses for all our top employees. I would personally like to give the finance section a special thanks for submitting the idea of removing the left arms and legs more from development programmers to cut costs. A brilliant move. How is that brilliant? Oh, nice.
We apologize for the explosions and inconvenience. Please try to focus on your work.
Lucille. Lucille number 1.
You got this, Mac. You cold?
Nice.
Corsica, you got this?
Nice. Commemorative hoodie pre-orders for employees. Huh. Due to the amount of commotion regarding the escape defect and Chaos' assurance that the situation will be handled with finality, we've begun accepting pre-orders for the humorously themed. I'm gonna be yawning a lot. I survived the Project Armstrong defect fiasco hoodies. Okay, these will be available in a white Nimbus colorway with the text in the font called Tangolian Rail. Is that a real font? They will be individually numbered for any surviving employees. Please register your size in the link below. Security unauthorized link automatically. Oh my god, they suck. They don't even know how to use the computer. How am I supposed to get my hoodie now? Tylra cute. Wow. The Floof Dirk is cute as well. Look at that. Why are you nibbling on my tail? I need my tail to be intact. My tail important. Very important. Can store energy drinks and kickstart try. Oh, okay. Nibbles on the tail. Yeah, get nibbled on. Thanks, Perry. I'm a nibble. I'm a gentle dog. But your size to a komodo. A nibble is close to being numb. Got him. Here you will find the simple steps to becoming the most powerful company in the world. 1. Do everything better than anyone else and make more money. Thank you for reading this employee handbook. All 150,788 sub-conditions to this step are included in mandatory online tutorials. All employees will have 1 week to complete the courses. There's only one person who will be able to complete the course, doesn't it? This company is insane. Oh, I missed it. You're only just now realizing that insane? Probably? Look, I know I'm slow. I am very slow. Hi, Araxis. Wait, why are you shitting eggs?
Finally, I'm here.
No problem, guy.
Mmm. They never stop. All right. Got him. Oh, it's the bird again. Uh-oh.
Oh, come on!
It's the bird. Yeah, kick him.
Okay, you are going down. Steal the show.
Get the kitty. OP skill. Oh, it doesn't work. Nice, got him. Oh, oh, nice. That's what we're gonna do. Hick. Hickey number one.
Problem solved. Now to get back up.
Don't see a way to get back up. Oh, I was just getting blocked. Okay. Fear your stink attacks. I've been fearing it.
Macaron, ready to redecorate?
That's what the bird deserves for not acknowledging the cute kitty. I know, right?
Here's the old one too. Take this statue, Kale.
Nice. Now that's beautiful. I don't think there's anything hiding here. Oh! Add a section to Chai maximum reverb charge? Cool! Oh! Look who it is! Ooh, the worst one by far. The worst one. Roquefort meeting prep. The HR says I should keep the ball and write down my tasks and achievements to stay motivated. Well, this new budget may be a bit of an increase, but I see it as a good move in the public's eye. I can't imagine Roquefort disagreeing with me. He seemed like a very reasonable man. I feel as confident as ever. Sure. Punch him in the stupid rock face. Why have you sleepy? I'm very sleepy though. I'm eepy. Should I get more health? Nah. Who needs more health when I have skills like these? On a successful parry, press YB. I should jump it. Who needs help with your kitty? I know, right? I don't need to buy anything else. Alright, going in. No, you're sleepy. Same.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah.
Pick it up.
Pick it up? Why are we picking it up? Fine.
Hello?
You sure made an entrance, lad. If you'd come for me, I'd walk away.
You trying to make a deal? Come on, man.
You think I'd let you spoil our plan? Leave profits on the table?
This isn't about money.
It always is. You get in our way, you'll see red.
I'm seeing red right now.
He's just letting us in?
This guy looks like a total pushover.
I dunno, Chai. Roquefort had a bad rep around the office. Something about a wolf in sheep's clothes.
Oh
Keep
shit.
that confidence in check, Chai.
The best fight? Ooh, okay. Chai's shoes are very red. Yeah, even the scarf is very red. Look at that. We just find the boss immediate. Whoa, that's a lot. Oh god. Do I have to fight all the samurai units here? Shit, okay. Guess I'm doing it. It's a very god fight. It's a very good fight, huh? Ooh, that's a nice looking wolf. Look at that. Ooh, yeah, that's a really nice looking wolf. Look at that. Oh, that looks good. Alright. Tokiwa King.
Spectra pass key. Now.
Oh yeah, sure, take it. What do you think I am? An idiot?
Well, it was worth asking.
Yeah.
You're making me angry. I was on my deathbed when Kale saved me. I was smart, but weak. He fixed that.
Really? Why do you want to be less smart?
This is a waste of time, and you know what time is? Money. And I am not gonna waste any more of that.
I'm gonna waste you.
Well, tell me how it feels to underestimate someone.
The classic. Alright, okay. Oh shit. Are you a wolf? Hey yo! Oh shit, we found a wolf, okay. Ah, I see. Oh, that looks really good. Oh, that looks really fucking good.
Confident now, kid.
Oh, please look at me longer.
That wolf thing was not an expression!
Oh, I didn't realize!
You wanna get that tail? You gotta get through me.
Oh, please look at me longer like that. Oh, that is sick. Oh my god, I love it. You missed. Oh. Oh. Ooh, okay. Nice. Ooh, okay. There we go.
Get away from me!
Get away from me! Ayo! Just spinning. Spin.
You're only making me angrier.
Is that even
Good.
possible?
Uh-oh. Why do you look so hard? I called it. He's mine! Oh, actually, you can have him. Oh, please say it to me like that again. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, so I cannot parry the whirlwind. That's a bit of a problem. Only human form with a kitty work. Oh, okay. Nah, I don't need the kitty. I will do one-on-one. I only summon friends when needed. Alright, let me skip this. Nah, I don't want to skip this. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's take this someplace a bit more secure, so we don't disturb the neighbors.
I need this. Look, it's not a dragon, but I'll take it. No, it's not a dragon, but I'll take it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Big Bad Wolf, the classic. Okay.
Call the inn. Let me help. Ty, that attack's the best chance to turn the tables on him.
Do not miss your chance to summon Lady Corsica.
Okay. One, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Watch out, Chai!
Call the inn. Let me help. Good boy.
Here we go!
Oh. Got him. Yeah. I just want to do it. Worth. Worth. That works. This is a memory game.
Even like this, I can still take a defect like you down.
Well, that is very untelegraphed, but I'll do it again. The Chris Hi-Fi. Special interaction where you use the kitty attack on his human form. It wouldn't work like this? Guess I'm gonna get in first. Okay, let's do it.
Such cuteness. My rage is weakened.
Oh, this game is perfect. F? Did the stream just die? The stream died when I used the fucking kitty on the human form. Hi, welcome back, stream. It's just small drop. Do you guys see the interaction? I don't have the reverb gauge anymore. I don't have the reverb gauge anymore. Can I restart the fight somehow? Other than that, I guess I have to die, huh? Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll show it again. Come on, summon your thing. Oh, I can parry that. Oh, wow, I got so lucky. Uh-oh. There we go, okay.
Stop with me, kid. Never mess with our prophets.
Is a wolf? How can you not like animals? True. Right into the wall easy. Hold on, let me die. Fails to die. Just Cobalt things. Cobalt fails what she does, everything. Okay, I have to rework Geisha to do it. Hi, malicious magpie. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Does it work here?
Such cuteness. My rage is weakened.
Hi, Daydreamer. Ayo. Ayo.
Spectra. The prophets would leave on the table.
The numbers are in, and you are out.
Well, that makes no sense, you idiot.
Ooh, that's kinda cool. So that's it? No more wolf? Ooh! Oh my god, I'm gonna coom.
I put my stock in future, but not yours, kid.
Oh, let's go this more. Oh my god, we're finding a shiny pile. I'm gonna cry. You attack? What do I do? Oh. Oh shit! Shiny, also suspiciously wealthy furry. Oh, you're right. Maybe it's a it's a co-op game. It's an Easter egg. Suspiciously wealthy furry. Maybe he just turns furry into the persona and get rich. I'll take it. He's not evil. He's the fulfiller of dreams. Yeah. When he swims in the gold, run near the Iron Fist. Okay. I'm so glad I'm playing on hard. It's fun. I'm gonna skip this though.
Spectra, I put my stock in future, and not yours, kid.
Oh, that's not good golden fist. I see. Oh god. I love this. There we go. Corsica? Alright, let's do it. Ichi.
The funny thing is, you think you can win.
I think I can, yeah.
But as long as you keep making me mad,
I'm not going anywhere. Time to cash my check by taking you out!
Oh.
Quarter 3 earnings delivered. Please watch out for falling profits.
Hey, look at that. Hey, free. Oh, that's how we won. Let's go. Oh, this is a really fun fight. And not to mention, Wolf is hard as well. Huh.
We're here.
Yeah.
Oh, you should have seen it! What a fight!
We were spectating through the door. Lady Corsica suggested to let you handle it.
Cinnamon, we don't always have to repeat everything we hear.
Last on the list, Kale.
Kale.
Are you ready for this, Peppermint?
I am. It ends here.
Nice. Hey, that's a good fight. 4 continuous. That's my most continuous by far. I love Transformers so much as a kid, and the animation is just so... Oh. I never really liked robotic things, but this one gets an exception. It's a cool looking wolf. He's the only boss that need plot armor to win. Looks like it. He's a mech, so furry don't draw me too much. True. I mean, listen to what I said just now. I mentioned robot, I don't like as much. But this one gets a pass in my book. Cool looking wolf, I'll take it.
Gale is plotting, and much smarter than us, especially Mr. Chai. We should be ready.
I should be confident, but I'm worried.
Hey, everyone. Vibe check. Macaron, I need you to be positive for this one. Peppermints, it'll be hard, but don't let emotion get in the way. Corsica, I can count on you to be level-headed about this. Cinnamon, keep doing whatever you're doing.
No? I like this new Chai. He's quite come around, hasn't he?
So, let's prep everyone.
Alright, Chai is a different man. He's like the best style in my opinion. I love drawing and designing, and he just hits all the boxes for you. Sounds about right. I don't mind to have a person like that. The tie is important. Yeah, the tie. Only thing he's lacking is wings. I think if adding wings might be a little bit too much. There's such a thing as over-designing, but what do I know?
Deep breaths. Chai.
Yeah, monocle. Monocle is perfect. How are you feeling?
Are you panicking again?
How could I not? We're up against Kale.
But we took down everything they've thrown at us so far. And Roquefort was even a giant werewolf.
You're right. Like you said, I gotta be a bit more confident.
When you're worried about what's to come, do what I do. Just think in an hour, 2 hours, we'll be done. And we'll have won. See yourself at the finish line.
Wow, that's pretty insightful, Chai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it when I flipped through Peppermint's diary.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
What should we expect?
So, Kale's office. He's home turf. What can we expect?
Honestly, I don't know. Spoke to Corsica, and even she's never been inside.
Well, that's not good.
You're right. It's not.
Wait, don't freak out. It just means we have the advantage of not knowing what we are doing.
How is that an advantage?
How is that an advantage?
Well, we'll be alert. Be ready for everything, since we don't expect anything.
Well, that's one way to look at it. All right. Maybe this will work out.
I was in Macaron's mind. 40k, I can't even buy anything. Unless... Special attack? I don't need that. Right. Hi, Cinnamon.
Mr. Chai.
What's the outlook?
All right, Cinnamon, give me the data breakdown.
On what, Mr. Chai?
On the thing we're about to do.
I do not just have random data. I need something to quantify.
Well, quantify me.
I actually tried, but every time I put you into a calculation, I get an error. I think you are the human equivalent of dividing by 0.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
For you, maybe, but for me, it is very confusing.
Yeah, that does sound kind of awesome. I want to be the human equivalent of divide by 0. Just a black hole. Be right back. Okay, take your time, Mixon. So, werewolves, huh?
So Roquefort managed to keep a giant werewolf hidden inside him. What about you, Cinnamon? What's hiding under that hunk of metal?
Unfortunately, nothing, Mr. Chai. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Aww.
Everybody's got something.
I want to believe so, but I have yet to find it.
When the time comes, you'll know it.
No dragon, Cinnamon? Kitty.
You doing okay?
How are you feeling?
You gonna be alright with Kale?
There's probably nothing I can say to change his mind. All I really want to know is where my mom is.
I thought she retired.
Technically, but ever since Kale took over the company, it's like she dropped off the map. I have a feeling he knows where she is.
Well, we'll get you some answers. Then make him pay.
Any last minute requests?
Well, looks like we're at the end of our set. Anything you need to get off your chest?
Chai, looking at all we've been through, I'm sorry how rough things started between us.
Hey, we all got our problems. Can't say I made a good first impression either.
True.
Yes, we learned a lot from each other.
We kind of sanded down each other's sharp edges, I guess.
Uncharacteristically introspective,
Yeah.
Chai. Maybe you have changed.
Could
Chai
say the same for
changed.
you. I'm looking forward to the day you do something heroically irresponsible.
May have to wait a bit longer for that.
Chai is a changed man. Also, worst game ever. I cannot play with Kitty. I cannot play with AOA.
How's it going?
Hi, Corsica. Ready for a face-off?
I gotta say, as much as I didn't see Rockford actually turning into a giant wolf, I didn't expect us to come this far.
You assumed I would fail?
Well, I figured your luck had to run out at some point. But don't get cocky. Kale's like nothing we've come to before.
I'm not underestimating him.
That's good. But I'm a bit worried about Peppermint. This is personal for her.
After all we've been through, it might not be easy. But I think she can handle it.
You might be right about that. But we need to be there for her when she needs it.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Thinking positive.
Chai, I probably don't need to tell you this, but don't expect an easy victory here.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
Well, up until now, you seem to expect everything to go your way.
Why are you bumming me out before this critical moment?
I want to help you figure things out, Chai.
Now?
Actually, you're probably right. Why don't we save a self-reflection until after all of this?
Yeah. Good call, Corsica.
Oh, just you wait. Is there something? Is there a dragon in here? God, if there's a dragon, I will state a review immediately to this game 100 out of 10 if there's a dragon in here. 5 gift subs even. Let's do it.
Let's get Kale's password and shut down Spectra.
Rockfort's private elevator will take us to Kale's office. Everyone get on.
Do this. If there's a dragon, 100 out of 10 review out of me. Write a review for this game and 5 gift subs.
This is it, everyone.
I can't believe it.
Bet you didn't think we'd still be hanging out, Peppermint?
Nope. And I didn't think we'd be teaming up with Vandelay's own staff either.
This was definitely not in my weekly schedule.
Are we sure we're gonna be okay?
I have learned much from Mr. Chai, and you, sir, must chill out.
Chill out.
Chai?
Yeah?
Chai, I do trust you. You know that, right?
Couldn't have done it on my own.
Now arriving at Kale Vandelay's office.
Thanks, Lucille.
Get ready.
It's just you and us, Kale. And nothing's gonna come between us.
Huh?
Mom?
Uh-huh.
Peppermint?
Oh,
You're here?
Shit.
I never left.
Huh. No way, it's a lie. It's a lie. I don't trust this. Yeah.
And that's as far as you'll come.
Mom, what are you doing?
I tried to find you. Kale's here, and there's this...
Spectra. I know. I promise to help him, no matter who gets in the way.
Oh no,
Roxanne.
of course.
No, you'd never do something like this.
Unless she's being controlled by...
Spectra.
Oh
Kale's
yeah.
finest work. And able to seduce even the most stubborn of minds.
I see.
You used it on your own mother.
Well, how else could I have gotten this job? I wasn't Mommy's favorite.
Let her go.
I know you probably think Spectra is nefarious, but I disagree. It's simply nudging people into the Vandalay ecosystem.
Wait, this is all an overly complicated plan to sell more product.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to make something people actually want to buy? It's ridiculously hard! Hey, a new whatever! Well, what color, what model, size, speed, do I need it? All that stress, gone. Because we'll subconsciously make that decision for you.
That's not the way to
You're
do
enslaving
it.
them.
Yeah.
I'm freeing them with the truth of having a better
That's
life.
not how marketing works, you fuck.
So corporate.
Yeah,
I
you
know,
can say that
right?
again.
But look at you, wanting a brand new Project Armstrong enhancement to become a rock star. Ugh. You're nothing without my technology. You bought into it, and you'll help bring even more customers.
Project Armstrong was meant to help people. It was Mom's idea.
Well, Spectra is mine! And look who's in control now. Bam!
Fine, you take that.
Time
You
for
take that
Spectra's
W.
wireless test run. Keep an eye on your buddy Chai here.
No! We're so close!
Oh, Kitty. Oh no.
Stealing my technology and then calling yourself a rock star? For doing what exactly?
I don't know what to do.
Oh no, Chai.
Maybe Kale is right. I'm nothing without this arm.
Chai got hit.
Don't let him get to you.
You led us here.
Chai got
It's
hit.
because of who you are.
But I can't get us out of this.
It's not your fault, Mr. Chai. It's a harmonic force field.
Oh.
A harmonic force field.
Oh.
You mean like sound?
Yes, but destroying it requires a huge amount of energy.
If I can synchronize with the frequency,
I was thinking the same thing.
I have
Melodic,
to
maybe?
At least try. It's not over yet. Stand back.
You're gonna play a melodic scale to it?
Just remember. Feel the beat.
Oh, this is cool. Okay, okay.
You may not be slick, but you get it done.
I love you, Corsica.
You might not see it.
I like this new Chai. He's quite come around, hasn't he?
We're in this together.
Not the High Street 5. Not the High School Musical. Sorry. I'm so glad I played so much Osu.
I like your bets.
Good enough.
Good enough. Many studies about this in real life. The marketing strategy. The mind controlling stuff. It's not exactly mind control, but it's like scarily so.
Right. I do trust you. You know that, right?
You know, I saw one instance. Oh, I can explain this afterwards. This is very interesting. I have one example for this. Nice.
I don't need a guitar. I am a rock star.
Oh my god, Chai. Careful with the marker pen.
I thought you said you didn't need a guitar.
Yeah, but this is much cooler.
Yeah.
We can do this.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Someone get me a cortado.
Coffee machine's only putting out decaf, sir.
What?
It's still about the decaf thing. I love it.
And now this.
Yeah, draw that face. Let's go, Kitty!
Hey, Kale! We got beef!
Okay, screw this. Do what you need to do, just stop them.
But they never fought. Not the...
Mission briefing! Team, split up and let's get this jackass.
Just immediately fall down. Oh yeah, the mind control thing. It's not necessarily mind control, but it's scarily close. So here's the thing. I worked at Amway for a short while, and I immediately ran away because it's so scary. But they have this employee meeting every night. Well, every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Okay, let me explain this. I just want to get this out. It's kind of scary. Alright, sorry, I'm gonna pause again for a little bit, but I want to say this. So, there's like this scheduled weekly meeting of employees in one of the office in Mbang headquarters. Well, not the headquarters, Mbang office, right? And I went there for 3 weeks. It's like a cult. I don't know how to explain it, but every time I go in there, sit down on the table, well, on the chair, and they would just start with a phrase. Everyone will follow the phrase. It's like, Mbang 是世界第一 ，Mbang 是Mbang 产品最佳 ，Mbang 产品都是什么什么 ，something like Mbang being the best, Mbang's product is number one, Mbang's product is wholly organic, it's good for the human body. It's like a phrase or something. So every time we go in there, we have to repeat this phrase once, and then we listen to the conference. Let's say we listen to the presentation of the high ups, right? It's so scary because the things about that, when we go in and the first thing we do is to repeat those phrases 3 times, mind you, 3 times before the presentation starts. Now that is kind of scary to me. I was at the first time I was like, what? You know, I actually went, what? I didn't follow, right? I didn't follow. And then I see, the thing is, the first time I went there, I didn't follow. I got side-eyed by the other employees sideway to me. They were side-eyeing me. I was like, what? Yeah, I look at it and it's like, what? Right? And it's like, 这么你没有跟? It's like, why did you follow? It's like, I don't know what to follow. What do you mean? I'm the first time here. It's like, and then they scoff at me, just like, like, oh god, they are mind control in this world. Holy shit. right? So that's the first red flag I found. So the second week I went there, I tried to follow. Follow what? I just work here, right? I'm just trying to sell the product, not trying to get my mind controlled or whatever. Fucking cult. Actually scary. Actually scary. Second week I went there, the same thing happened. Presentation, and interestingly enough, second week, if I remember correctly, some more higher ups go in the middle of the presentation, and then it's like the school system, you know, they just like stand up with a higher up coming in. It's like, 起立，有高层位的人进来，我们要向他们敬礼 something like that. We need to show them respect, so we need to stand up. It's like, okay, I guess that's normal. And we stood up. They came in, they repeat the phrase again 3 times. Like, what the fuck? I didn't repeat that shit. And then I got side-eyed again. I got side-eyed again for not repeating the phrase to them. It's like, what the fuck? Fucking cult shit. It's actually scary. I know, right? That's super scary. It's the first time I'm in that kind of situation where if I don't follow them, I feel alienated. And that's a really bad, that's a huge red flag. Big red. Let's not use that as a fucking... Let's not use that as a example, Brave. I'm scared. Don't do that. I hate it. Cult indoctrination phrase. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Yeah, so when Kel say those lines, it sort of hits me. It sort of hits me. It's like, I know marketing is hard. Whatever. Oh, thanks, Daydreamer. Whatever Kel mentioned, you know, the product is hard to sell because you need to meet the standard of customer. You know, they like things that are good. You know, a good as in good, right? It's very vast. You know, it's very subjective. Good can be different for everyone. So that's why something Kale said is like, yeah, it's really hard. It's not easy to fulfill one's needs because everyone has a different need. So Kale is just monopolizing human mind. So everyone just wants one single product that Kale made, which basically means mind control. You know? So it's kind of scary. Now it kind of hits me. I shuddered a little bit. It's like, oh fuck. Cults are not good stuff. The other alternative to mind control is simply just making good products. Yes. A product that don't cut corners, you can see people will recommend the product to other people, and that's how marketing works. It's not only just promotion, it's not only just advertisement. You make good product, you sell it once. If people really like it, people will recommend it to other people, and then other people will know about the product, and chances are they want to try it. No? Isn't that how marketing works? I mean, maybe not. This is like the hardest part. Spread by word of mouth, yes. Eyes, words, speech. All of them can be accounted into advertisement. Like if I'm a Twitch streamer right here, and me saying about like a particular product is pretty good, chances are you guys might look into it. For example, right? Need a new chew toy. What? Why am I getting numbed? No. I Silent Dragon. Took me an hour to P rank 01 because I kept knocking one enemy off somewhere in the level. Now I am good. Yeah, you're good. Oh, did you just immediately went for P rank and not just going through the main story first? Ooh. Dedication. Only in the circle they're in, yes, but a circle, different people are different circles. Take that into consideration. Maybe my friend has a different circle, and I, for example, has a different circle as well. I have this circle. I have a circle in West Malaysia, a little bit in Singapore. You know, there are different people out there who has different circles. If they want to share it, it's like, or they might even think about, hey, someone might need this product, and share it. I guess that works, but then again, I'm not in the marketing place, so maybe I'm not fit to say about these kind of things. I'm just trying to say about the cult's nonsense. So there, look at what I'm doing. I don't know. Non-verbal for chill toy. I'll give you a chill toy and just give me some money. Give me some money. I'll buy like a fake Bobo, maybe a plushie. Is there a Kobo? I know there's Kobo plushies in Etsy. If I don't like a product, I might never mention it. If I love a product, I might tell everyone I know. If I'm brain controlled, I'll just have constant emotional breakdowns and get nothing done. Yeah, I got a shotgun, but 01, I should be able to P rank it. I didn't P rank 01 first try or first day. I think I got C rank, B ranks on most of them when I first played out, when I first tried out the game. And I was right, but you have to kill every non-secret enemy, and viral kills obviously don't count. Oh shit. It's like the theory of 6 stages of separation. So many circles spread all across the world. And Bobo squeaky toy. That's kind of adorable. There's Kobo plushies at my local game store. Well, now I have to show this. Give me a second. I have the I bookmarked it. This one. I bookmarked it because I like a Kobo. Look at that. It's a fucking adorable. If the picture will load, that is. I feel you might even be able to P rank it with the actual pistol. Also, I'm terrible at game, so I figure doing P ranks on the early ones might make me learn things. I mean, it will, but it might also stress you out, so... I don't know, maybe. Look at that! It's a little Kobo plushie. It's so grumpy too, look at it. It's the best Kobo plushie. I want to buy this one, but it's obviously not very cheap. I mean, fair enough, it's handmade, look at that. It's handmade, it's 250 ringgit. I'm gonna buy it. Like, I catapulted myself across the room by accident, but I don't know what I did. I think one of the shotgun you got first time is a grenade launcher as well. Mouse 2 shoots a grenade, I believe. Cute. I bought Silver Fox, Fox, and Wolf. Cool. Slide cancel? Maybe. Alright, back to the game. I'm glad I shared that. It's a fun story, also kind of scary about the cult stuff. I need to go on like 10 squats of 4 die. Die on 01. Same. I died multiple times to like floor traps and to enemies that I don't know what to do. Don't worry, we all start somewhere. You just didn't look at my first playthrough. We learn. It's all good.
I got you, Shy.
All right.
Thanks. I think only one of my like 40 deaths today was a non-boss. Ooh. That's pretty good. Thanks. Oh. Nice. It's kind of why I put off buying it for so long. I know I'll be bad at it. It's okay, no one will be good at the game. Like, first try. I start off pretty bad as well. Don't worry about it. Most importantly, you're gonna enjoy the game. I didn't do it well. But also most of the glare is because I keep missing P rank by one.
I'll find a way.
So I had to slow down and make sure I wasn't doing enviro kills. I remember there's the practice areas. Use those to help you get the timings better. Yeah. There's sandboxing in Ultra Kill as well. You can try it. I haven't tried a sandbox myself. I just sort of brute force my way to try to get good. By dying multiple times and learn how the movement. You can hit coins for crab. Same. Yeah, like I said, it's the first day. It's the first day of you trying out the game. Don't worry about it. You could learn. 2 splits. One thing for coins though, it mimics your momentum, if that makes sense. You move left, you toss a coin to your left. You move right, you toss your coin to the right. But essentially, commit to the position that you are moving and just aim out a little bit and shoot at the coin. Usually that's how I do it. But honestly, it's just practice. I can only hit it from stationary. Yeah, that also works. I used to be able to only hit it stationary as well. Even now I still miss constantly when I try to move around and shoot the coins as well. So yeah, honestly it takes time. And honestly just enjoy the game, really.
We're coming for you, Kale.
Ooh. Ow.
Maybe not. Mr. Jai, now it is my turn to help you.
Please be careful, Cinnamon. Oh my god, Cinnamon.
Great job, Cinnamon.
Shake it off, Jai.
Thanks, Cinnamon. That doesn't hurt at all. Walk it off. Just walk it off. Don't worry about it. Oh, health. Money. Should I play on standard or violent? I would recommend... I mean, I played on standard. I recommend standard. I don't even want to try on violent because I know that it's gonna piss me off more than anything.
You're almost near the path to the Spectra building.
I'm doing standard for now, but I don't know if that's taking it too easy or actually got any good... Oh no, standard is the way to go. Look at where standard got me. I learned about the game more. I learned about the game a lot in standard, so yeah.
Oh, you know me so well, Corsica.
Nice, thanks Corsica.
It's gonna be smooth sailing from here. Okay, I can see a... What the hell is that?
Oh, that's a big one.
Get out of there, little guy!
Santos robot?
Looks like Kale put on the final touches.
Oh, crap!
That works.
This'll be easy.
Where's the kitty interaction? It's a lizard. I just had to do it. Kitty. I just had to do it. Oh my god. Wait, how do I... Oh, vertical camera movement. There it is. The best pose in the game. Loves it. Oh my god. Oh my god. This thing is perfect. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Me when my cat walks in the room.
Giant death robot. Any ideas?
You won't take it on by yourself. Just avoid it for now.
I don't even know where I'm going.
Try to look for a way back to us.
Alright, I'll try. With the arrows going pointing me this way, yeah, I'm doing it. I got arrows. Whoa!
Run towards it! Trust me on this one. Right, to your left. Run for the shutter.
Mr. Jai, I've hacked this screen to provide you.
Thanks. I love the interaction of all the characters. They're so good. They nailed it. Friendship wins.
Corsica, this is where you don't let me down.
Nice.
I want to get out of there.
Thanks, Macaron.
Thanks.
Not done yet.
Is this a... No, it's not.
This should be of assistance.
Thanks, Cinnamon. Can I get in? Sure can. Oh! Oh my god, I'm so good. It's a Megazord, still from the Power Rangers. Yes, that I-beam placement right through there.
It appears the break in its armor reveals a critical weak point.
Oh.
I'm not sure it's enough to take that thing down, though.
Well, it's something. Just gotta get close to it.
Can always try. Yep. We yippin'? Yip.
Well, good news. I think you lost me.
Nope. Oh my god, that hurt. Yep, yep. Yep. Yep.
His arm is stuck.
Yep.
Any way you can reach it.
Yep.
Kinda busy right now.
Yep, yep.
Give me a second.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. Alright, let's do this. Got him. Oh god. Nice. Yep, the combat is still very fun as hell. I love it. Okay, we ran.
Like that'll do it.
You're gonna do something, Shy! Do it now!
Oh my god, Micron.
Hold on. Coming in hot.
Where am I going?
Bet you won't see this coming.
Oh, damn, Chai, let's go. Do the thing, do it.
Awesome. What do we do now?
Wait, where's Cinnamon?
I think this may do the job.
Cinnamon?
Perhaps that arm can still be used.
Oh.
Cinnamon, what are you doing?
I'm playing a Cinnamon.
Of assistance. I must seize this opportunity.
Go, Cinnamon. Go.
Oh my, this is quite fun. I see why you enjoy this, Mr.
Let's
Chai.
go, Cinnamon. Jump. Jump your way to victory. Go, Cinnamon.
I'm compatible. It's quite heavy though. I could use a hand.
Thanks, Cinnamon. God damn it.
Yes, yes, yes! Let's help him out.
Let's go help Cinnamon. Like Puss in Boots went hard on anime inspiration. Go, Cinnamon.
Let's do this.
With our powers combined and to the rhythm, perfectly timed the takedown of what? I got an achievement. I got a shiny achievement. The power of friendship! Go, Cinnamon! Oh god, no, Cinnamon, please. With our powers combined and this gun I found. Top tier puns, I know, right? It hurts, but yeah, it's top tier. Anime eyebrows. No, Cinnamon!
Cinnamon!
Was I dope, Mr. Chai? That was very dope, Cinnamon.
Rebuild Cinnamon!
Is messed up.
No.
Nothing I can't fix.
Oh, thank you.
Stop, Kale. I will be fine. I'm glad to finally be useful.
We'll take it from here, lad.
Guys, we gotta move.
Hi, Santi. Thanks for the pet. That is sick. That is good. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good, Santi. Ooh, it's a short one. Thank goodness we can rebuild Cinnamon.
Nowhere to run.
You missed
Kale.
Roquefort. Yeah, you did.
Admit, you work really well together.
You're not
Roquefort.
going through with this.
You know how you get to the top? Having vision. Something all of you lack.
Nah, we
Enough,
can see.
Kale. You can't stop all of us.
Oh, really? You've had a few hits, but I think it's time we break up the band.
Damn it, Kale!
Why would you
About it,
walk?
Chai? Come on my side. I can make you a real rock star. World famous.
Nah.
You know what? I'm good.
You know what? Doesn't matter. We both know who's the target user of Spectra.
Hey, yo. The kinky wolfman. Stop being subtle. Let's take this somewhere the neighbors want. Yeah, I know, right?
Another pawn. And this one should fare me better.
I'm proud to be a member of the Vandalay family.
Oh boy.
So I would never say that.
Yeah, well, that's the point. I'm controlling you.
Yeah, 808, get him!
Yes, 808!
Please tell me I get to play as 808.
Is this a joke? You think I can't deal with a cat?
Yeah. Oh my! Let's fucking go! This is the best game ever. Hi. Get him!
Stupid machine.
Swipe him, kitty.
This'll stop you.
Fan service. Yeah, look at the kitty. Kitty's pissed. Look at that. Kitty's mad. Kitty's mad. Look at that. Look at him arching his back. Oh shit! No. Sorry. And we're just looking. Ooh. Oh.
Damn it.
Get him, Chai!
Get him, Chai. Let's go, kitty.
Don't call it a comeback.
Pain in the ass. You know what? Let's take this outside.
How do you snap with a metallic finger? They did amazing with the expressions. I know. They nailed it in this game.
Let me show you the future. Let me show you the future. Let me show you the future. What? You got lucky. See what I am capable of? Back off! Come on, rock star. Dodge this!
What can I say? I'm a pretty fast learner. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Back off!
I failed. I messed up big time. Got him. I'm off to the interview. If you are still online when I get back, I'll drop in. In case you want to stream. Oh, thank you, Perry. Good luck with your interview.
See what this body is capable of. Puts your pathetic Armstrong tech to shame.
We'll see about that.
Oh, yes, we will.
I can break that lens for you, Jai.
Target locked.
Stop it, Kale.
Here we go. Let's finish this.
Doesn't work.
Come here!
God, let me break those shoes. Here's the old one, too.
Well, now that I'm done here, time for my cortado.
Time for my cortado. Only HP that matters is the last. True. Turn the gems. Come on, I'm trying. Oh, turn the gems up. Okay, I'll try it. My friend call me Liv. You can call me Darkhawk. Alright, give me a second.
What this body is capable. Puts your pathetic Armstrong tech to shame.
We'll see about that.
Oh, yes, we will.
Maximum volume. Everything a little bit lesser. Oh, musical effect is good, I think. Maybe something like this? Hopefully. Alright, see if this works. It's gonna be a little loud. If you guys cannot hear me, it's okay. It's for the jam. Bob's already maxed relative. Master other stuff down. I'll down other stuff a little bit. Maybe one here as well. Okay. Hopefully that works, right?
Come here!
God, let me break those shoes. God, don't let it get to
Okay. Extra hits.
I can break that lens for you, Jai. Now finish it. Show Kale who's in charge.
Minor malfunction. Might want to stand back.
Stay back, Ty. Let me handle that. Let's get him, Ty.
Dare not do it. Guess I wasn't fast enough. Doesn't work. So I just need to wait for him to do stuff.
Get him, Macaron. Got him. Now see if you can destroy them.
Nope, doesn't work. Okay.
Just give it up.
Might want to stand back. Minor malfunction.
Man, that's really hard to break. Oh. Come on, do your thing. Oh, nice. That was easy.
It's over, Kale.
On my side, you could have been something, Chai.
Oh.
Too bad your little adventure ends here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna parry. Oh, I missed a few.
Siding with losers.
I'm siding with winners. My man's going full commando. Looks like it. This is hard. I like it. Finally. Alright, I need to full-blown focus. I'm gonna skip this one. I'm sorry.
It's over, Kale.
On my censure ends here.
Uh-oh. Oh, I did I know parry? Did I know parry? That was so obvious. Give it to me what I want. Oh, was that the lyrics? Ooh. Man takes off his cape and put a new one. When you have too much money, you just do it. Just change the cape. They're whispering it. Oh. I'm gonna keep skipping. Hope you guys don't mind. Because they are not dragon. It's a cool fight though.
See what I am capable of? Not even you can stop this.
I know your move now. Let's go. You don't make me learn stuff, this is gonna happen. You don't make me learn stuff. Hi, Overboat Kobo. Welcome, welcome.
Macaron! You ruined this company enough.
Oops, wrong button.
Come on, Corsica!
Can't believe I looked up to you!
Yeah.
This isn't just about Vanderland.
Cool.
And this is game over!
Oh, I messed up a few, but all good.
Enough's enough. Give us the password.
Never. You're just a bunch of losers.
I love that you can simply just parry the impossible fire raining down from the sky. Yeah, no, right? Yeah, that's right. It's a real guitar now. We are a rock star. That is sick.
This is just too much work.
Tail. That is sick. I think I deserve some praise here.
Is that it?
On the hard difficulty? So. Oh, it says I deserve some praise. Can I get some praise? Whoa. Whoa. Kitty. Nice. A password is just a password, you fuck. Shit. What is this game? Password is just password. Huh.
It's over. This is just a bunch of scrap metal now.
This is too much work, explodes. Yeah, it's a very mood. Yeah.
I was worried there for a second, but I knew you could do it.
Macaron hug.
Look who's here.
I'll assume by the damage done that Mr. Chai was involved.
Cinnamon!
We'll get you fixed in no time, mate.
It's done.
You did it, Chai.
Seems secure. A password is a password, I guess. It's a weak password, but the security around the password is really secure. We did it!
I apologize for putting you through all this.
Yeah, Corsica is heckin'
I won't make the same
hot.
mistakes again. If possible, I'd like to make it up. It would be an honor to work for the company. The real Vandelay that I admired.
And we will welcome you with open arms.
Aww.
Oh, Macaron. After all these years, it's so good to see you at my side again.
I should have done something sooner. Known things went right, Roxanne.
You made it right. That's what matters. And our team needs you back leading development.
Oh.
Got a new partner too.
Cinnamon?
While it might not look it, I had quite a fun adventure coming to meet you.
Cinnamon! Aww.
I won't run away this time, Mom. I understand what you always wanted for me. And the company.
Peppermint, you need to do things your own way. Never change who you are.
Aww.
I think we have a lot of catching up to do.
I'd like that a lot.
Ah, Chai.
I'd love to help, but don't quite think I, fit a job description. So maybe I should see myself out.
Chai, I think you know yourself. That you are special. Making the most of what was handed to you and making a difference. I think that's the kind of attitude we need here right now. And Project Armstrong needs an ambassador. A leader, a real rock star.
Oh.
Are you interested?
God, this game is perfect. Are we a rock star? Yeah, Kitty number 1. Kitty number 3. Cobalt number 1. Hi, Nexu. Welcome, welcome. It's so stylized and it's made so well. Finally, it's no more decaf. What did it say? Spectra ruined something? Cinnamon can live through this. Oh my god, Corsica. Ayo? Ayo? Peppermint blush? Never seen before? Can Corsica wink at me like that? I'm so giddy when I said bypass. Yeah. By panic. Look at that, it's so powerful. Everything looks so good. Corsica and Kitty. Oh, Kitty got a high five from Macaron. Let's go. Was able to watch yesterday, but at least I made it to the end. Yeah. I'm glad you made it to the end, Nexu. I'm so glad I played to this game. It's nothing short of amazing. This new— that's a new game plus? Oh, that's a new game plus. Oh yeah, the doors, the numbered doors. Ooh, but I have to find them though.
Play guitar.
Yeah, gotta practice. Need a backup job, just in case this doesn't work out.
It's perfect. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. The story is perfect. Joke delivered nicely. The combat is great. Music is fucking sexy. Oh. It's rare to play a game this perfect. It's been so long. I think the last time I feel this strongly about a game was Divinity Original Sin 2, I think. Even though I never finished a game, but I feel very strongly about Divinity Original Sin 2 back then. Very strongly. Maybe just because of the lizard folk. I don't know. Hi-Fi is absolute lightning in the bottle. Ooh. like cocky young male protag is so overdone, and yet Chai just works perfectly, right? The chemistry in this game is worked out so well. Nothing is overdone. Nothing is overstepping their own boundary. You know what I mean? I love Foil too. This game is so much better. It's like the perfect amount of idiot, right? Like I said, no one is overstepping their own boundary. They let him not be an idiot some of the time. True. Like when Peppermint drops a massive spoiler lore. Really? I don't remember that. His sequence breaks her with kindness. I mean, a lot of games just overstepping their own boundary. I think the most apparent example I can make is I'm Scared. You know the horror game? The pixelated horror? I'm Scared. That game? Absolutely overstepping their boundaries. The game was cool at first, but after an hour or so, it's just repeating the same fourth wall breaks, and it's just so tedious. Now, that's bad, right? That's bad. This game never oversteps the boundary. It's perfect. The chemistry is perfect. And when they did that, they didn't. Oh, he's magically just smart now. He's still not the brightest, but he's learning. Yeah, learning is a big word right here. I don't do horror much, but I find it doesn't mesh with my thinking. Not in the oh my god I'm too scared way, just in the this is dumb way. I'm the oh my god I'm too scared way. I don't really do well with horror games, but I'm gonna do it during this spooky month, so I will play a few horror games. Just a few. You guys get to see Scared Bold, and it's not a common sight you see me scared, but thanks to our furry family members. Ayo, let's go. It's all the kitties and doggos, I believe. I get anxious, but I expect to do a lot of Phasmo. Phasmo I'm okay with. Phasmo is not too scary. To me personally. I've been thinking of doing Outlast 1 for this spooky month. And I'll try to think of a spooky... I want to have a spooky profile picture for my kobold, but I don't know how to make it. I'm the commission art, but you know, it's too tight. I cannot commission yet. I still remember the last time I played a proper horror game is Song of Horror, and that's pretty fun as well. The mechanics of needing to listen to the door and to hear if there's anything on the other side of the door is actually so scary. Just that mechanic alone, yeah. I don't do horror movie either, same. I'm just not good with horror. Is Across the Spider-Verse horror? I didn't think that. Headless Bobo. Spooky kobold, basically what you're thinking about. I do love even the slightest body horror will ruin me. It's not horror except for when it is. I love those spooky creatures, you know, like the last one I shared on the Dragon Sipping Corner. Let me find it. See, something like this, the vibe. Something like this vibe. Or maybe a little bit more deformed, I guess. Could be? Could work? something a little that one is like okay, it's spooky, but I do want a little bit more. Oh, maybe add a maniacal laugh to it, maniacal laughter to it. Oh, that's cool. Something like that. Maybe you guys can visualize a little bit. I want something, but I just no. Sometimes my brain doesn't work properly. Most of the time, actually. Scratch that. Smoochy kobold? Wow, you can smooch a kobold? I'm just gonna wait for the credits to roll. I don't want to skip this one. It's fine. Ah. Boo. This but is smooch. What? The Boop is a smooch now? Every kobold is smoochable? True. Every kobold is smoochable. You know, I'm just imagining a dragon with a horde of kobolds and then just like one by one picking them up and smooch them before they go to bed. Oh, it's so adorable. Like a dragon with a horde of kobolds smooshes them before they go to sleep. It's so adorable, though. Just prod kobold's muzzle with dragon muzzle. Yeah. There's a little line of kobolds waiting. Yeah. Did you mean me with my friends? That works. Smooch the homies goodnight. Yeah, normally I smooch homies goodnight. It's all good. They run up one by one. Yeah, and they all just like lift their hands up. Like me, and then lift their hands up. Oh man, they're hood babies. I always tell my friends I can't give big hugs. Oh, that's amazing. Did you have to close DLC? I don't think I have any DLC. Because Pinky bought this game for me and it's already fucking amazing. Sometimes they hold on going like hip hip boing shiny. My brain loves same! Oh my god, I'm so giddy right now. Best part about wings is that they can hold a lot of kobolds. I love that. I love that. My brain is so happy right now. Yep. Shiny.
We somehow made it through all of this.
That's a fart mix of heatwave. Heatwave fart mix. Bird.
But can only do so much with what we have. So this is what we made.
Everybody accepts the coin for the kobold even if they just picked up from the from your own horde. Yeah. Look, they want uppies and smooches, alright? And by them I mean me. I want them. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a yippage going on in my Discord channel. Oh wait, how am I not joining? Just gonna yip away. I love how there's like two raws and just a bunch of yips. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. Oh god. Here, let me show the yippage that's going on. There's a yip going on in the dragon sipping corner because of this. This is so adorable, by the way. Hey, why is there? High Five Rush. The perfect game. I hit things with a guitar really well. Finish stage by S-ring for every chorus. Oh, nice. Oh, I got an S-ring. Cool.
This is impossible.
Uh-oh.
It's spectra signals. They're appearing all over the Vandalay campus.
But I thought we shut it down.
Could be some sort of backup plan?
It's Kale. Wouldn't put anything past that bugger.
If only we had someone up to the task of checking those hotspots out.
Who are you implying?
You, Mr. Chai. I was implying you.
You up for another round? See what's going on here?
Doesn't look like I have much of a choice.
Evidence of Spectra. There it is! The numbered doors. New beginnings. Search out suspicious Spectra signals and challenge yourself to find what is behind the emergence. Hunt down the location of the signals in cleared stages to discover what's afoot. You can now freely select any part of the game from the sofa, so scour through the campus to find the hidden challenges, go for higher scores, or any items you might have missed. What's cooking? There's even more to do in the hideout. Cinnamon is offering his services for customizing your appearance. Oh! Forsica has prepped a new time challenge mode to test abilities to the max, a rhythm tower. Okay. Wall of Fame unlock additional challenges. Tickets unlock models in the model viewer by visiting Corsica. Listen to your favorite tunes in the jukebox. Oh. Are you a Rhythm Master? New difficulty mode has been added, Rhythm Master. Besides being really hard, if your rhythm gauge falls to D, it's an immediate game over. Oh my god. Arcade challenge. New job at Vandalay. Some higher ups found money on the payroll and sent over a popular arcade game to keep you busy in between projects. Someone installed the arcade cabinet on the west side of the hideout. Ooh. BPM rush. Fight through waves of enemies and increase the BPM gauge. Fill out and fight targets defending that BPM. Win and the music gets even faster. You want to fight in turbo mode. This is it. Oh. It's kind of like Rhythm Tower but random. Power up, tower up. Downgraded enough abilities and must earn his power back whilst fighting to survive. Choose which abilities to prioritize as you can get them all. Fight random waves of enemies, random challenges, routes. Oh, it's a roguelike gameplay? Oh my god, really? As HR said, what is a reward if not earned? The arcade machine has its own set of challenges for each mode. Tackle them to unlock new special attacks, accessories, photo mode, bonus features, and some surprises. Cool. That's fast. Ray. Ray.
Mr. Chai, did I ever mention to you my penchant for fashion?
No. And you seem the least likely to be into that sort of thing.
I think Sir Macaron programmed me to secretly give him advice.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I discovered a convoluted way of converting gears into fashion options for us.
Convoluted?
Makes no sense, but I am intrigued.
Yeah.
So by all means, dabble in my designs.
Oh, Kitty. Kitty. Oh my god, am I playing Sailor Moon right now? This is actually Sailor Moon, I think. Is that a Sailor Moon or Task Manager? One of them. Oh my god! Hey, look, it's my brain star. Oh, Peppermint. May Queen. Magical. Green hair? Pepper Cat? 808? Oh, yo. Cactus Gaines t-shirt. The best t-shirt. Oh, someone just blocks the inner wear. Ooh, scarf. Purple scarf. I'm never good with fashion, can I say that? I do not know anything about fashion, but I like purple, so I'm buying this. I'm a simple kobold. Oh! Ooh, a full set. Now this is what I'm talking about. The fasten shark shoot. The shurik. The venomous robot arm. Thathion. Thathion. Ooh, guitar. Thathion indeed. Oh, that's everything. Shiba disguise. Part-timer, are you Lucille? I have to make... yeah. Even chai? No, why? Why is that hot dog and chimkin? It fits perfectly. Corsica. Corsica's one is so... wow. This one doesn't fit Corsica well, I think. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not good with fashion. But this one, I'm buying it. My money though! What is this? Oh! Yeah, Corsica SS is pretty good. Macaron? Oh, yeah! Bonsai is ready! Come on my face, brother! Ooh, hey, look at that! AOA cosplay? Oh no, I have to buy it. Corsica's last one is from an anime, by the way. That explains it because I don't really watch anime. I look cool, but I can look cooler. That cosplay is just waifu bait. Waifu? Yeah. But the suit's hard. True. Hey, I'm a Shorik. What's your take on these signals?
So, Macaron, any idea what these signals might be?
No, but honestly, I'm not that worried.
How un-Macaron? So we can ignore them?
Of course we should investigate them. But we're a team now. Whatever it is, we can take it.
Yeah, but first we need to find it.
Well, Peppermint's identified what parts of the campus they're at. So all we need to do is head there.
Oh, nice.
Well, I guess I'll get to it then.
The peppermint suit. The 808 cosplay. So about you and Roxanne.
You and Roxanne go way back, but I have to wonder, how did you not figure out Peppermint was her daughter?
One thing about Roxanne, she always drew a hard line between work and her private life. In a way, I get it. But I think even she realizes you can't just turn a blind eye.
So, you think she and Peppermint will be alright?
Not sure it's something you just get over quickly. They've been on their own for quite some time. But that will be part of my 3-step fix-up plan. Fix up Cinnamon, fix up the company, and fix up the Vandelay family.
That's a lot on your plate.
Yeah.
Hey, compared to what we just did, it's nothing.
Macaron. Yeah, macaron is amazing. Hey, Corsica. Oh, okay. Look from afar, Corsica looks hot. Oh my god, actually look from afar, Corsica looks... Whew. Hey, yo.
So, Chai, I know there may be more pressing issues, but I thought about testing something out.
Uh-oh. What now?
We know we've got a handle on your abilities, but how far can we push them?
I can already sense this will be a lot of work.
I made a challenge program. I want to see how much we can overcome as a team. It's what I would consider a stress test on our survivability.
I don't need stress.
Or it could be fun, depending on how you look at it. Regardless, I've set it up, and if you want to give it a try, just let me know.
Rhythm Tower. Model Viewer. I cannot buy it. I want Kitty! How many model viewers are there? Where's Kemono? What is this? Bird? I do like that Roxanne did make it about her and supported Peppermint. Corsica is hot in anything, but yes, true. Corsica True, yes. Which one is the... Oh, hey, look at that. There it is. This one and also this one. This one looks more like it. A pouncing... Oh, there! Oh, it says the name, Kemono. 2 Kemonos. Only you're Kenno, you're Kemono. I like how the fire steel moves. So I think I need to do Rhythm Tower for that. Why can't we take a break?
I know there are these signals to chase down, but can't we celebrate the victory for a moment?
It's not a victory until we are sure we're finished. This isn't some video game, Chai. You can't just beat the boss and call it a day.
Oh shit.
What if it is, Peppermint?
Oh no.
What if it is?
I assure you it's not. Now quit slacking and let's
God damn it,
investigate
but
these
it is though.
discovered spectra signals.
But it is though. What do you mean, Peppermint? I'm glad to have been through all this with you.
I know we've had our ups and downs, but I gotta say, we did it, Peppermint.
I hope you learned something from all this.
Wait, there was a lesson?
Pretty sure you were hoping Project Armstrong would give you a shortcut to what you always wanted.
True.
I didn't think of that.
And that wasn't exactly what you got.
Also true.
And you realized that you actually have to put in the work to get what you want.
I see where you're going with this.
Yeah?
Anyway, that's what I got from it. But I expected to take a bit more time to sink into that head of yours.
Mind-blowing revelations for Chai and me. I didn't think about that. I just played the game. I didn't think of it. Alright, where's the arcade? There it is. Now we got a kick-ass hideout. Oh my god, the music is a Street Fighter 2 music. Check out the challenge menu for goals to aim for when playing these new modes. Each challenge gives you different points for progress, accumulating enough points so the next threshold unlock rewards. Difficult challenges add more points and help unlock rewards quicker, while easier ones result in less points but will add up. In a game where capitalism is a villain, imagine there being subtext. Wait, there's subtext? I didn't know there's subtext. We're going on a road like... Hey, yo! Oh, it's fast. Let's do it. Oh no. Power up, tower up. But it still must fight through 25 floors of escalating battles because of reasons. It's up to you how to level up Chai and take a random set of battles as you climb up the tower. I know writers who use subtext and they're okay. I'm gonna see if I missed something just in case, because I was like, I feel like I missed something. Yeah, I missed something. I noticed that you and Ixon are VIP. Yeah. So Nexu and Ixon is now has the shiny diamond. Well deserved. I feel comfortable with your all presence. I want to add Solar Dragon in as well, but I'm out of VIP slots. But soon, I'll make one. It's like, did you realize part of Across the Spider-Verse is about kids gaining independence from their parents? Gosh, I'm pretty bad with subtext, it feels like. Shiny. You see the next set of enemies before the fight. Normally just head into the light and you can pick which upgrade you want for Chai. No gears are needed here, but you only get one. Choose wisely. And then high score, okay? Heavy health, light and heavy. Higher stress, higher return, bug. For 1 floor Chai damages and the amount of damage he takes is greatly increased. Don't get it, this will be easy. Oh, he gets a score multiplier. The score multiplier. Normal attack damage increased by 1 level. I like this. Let's do it. Got him. Oh boy. Challenge round. Somehow present you with a different colored light. This one sends you to a challenge round and takes the place of the next fight. These are offered in the challenge with time or higher level objectives to clear. Succeeding in the challenge round gives you not only better upgrades but also significantly increase your score multiplier. Failing a challenge round, however, will drop the multiplier down and then you have to play the next wave normally to continue. Before taking the challenge round, you'll be able to see what it is. Think if you can handle it. The cost of losing is high, so if you aren't confident, you might prefer the safer regular round. Ooh, okay. The scrubs on the loose and they're angry. One hit and they will explode them. Avoid damaging them while taking out all the enemies before time runs out. Complete challenge round for better rewards and a higher endgame score. Lose, however, you get nothing and your score will go down. Nah. I don't like the scrub just flying around. All fire attacks increase damage significantly. Watch out for any fire-based enemies. Is there any fire-based enemies? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. Energy drink? I'm good. Complete restore Chai is hell. More reverb. It decreases the score multiplier though. Okay, sorry about. Okay, I want this. I want this. I don't care. Yeah. How many? Oh god. I have no health. Upgrade partner cooldown time reduction by 1 level. This affects Peppermint, Macaroni, and Corsica. Every attack that hits the enemy restores small bit of health. You don't get much of a chance to heal up here, so this will be your chance. Ooh. Complete restore Chai's health. Oh, it gives me score multiplier. For 1 for every successful parry, wave of damage will shoot up for Chai. God, but life drain sounds good though. And I get teamwork. Lowers down my score. Nah, you know, I'm going for score multiplier. Let's do it. Ow. That's kind of hard. That's kind of hard. Continue to reduce score multiplier? Nah. This will suspend your game and save your progress up until the last floor completely. You can continue this run from the mode menu. Why have I ever to start a new run? There it is. Okay, so I can start a new run. But I'm just trying to look at these. At least, oh, there's so many post-game content! And this enemies be a BP engage, making that start a battle against special targets. Win and things start speeding up. Alright, let's play some post-game content. And this one. Peppermint seems worried.
I'm a bit worried about Peppermint.
I wouldn't worry about it. Just be supportive. Even though you did the fighting, she's been through a lot emotionally. I'm sure she wants to close the book on this chapter.
Yeah. I'll go look out for those Spectre signals for her.
That's a good idea. Even I don't know what to expect from those, so you might want to prep yourself just in case.
Nah, I got this, don't worry.
Even with this all over, you still seem on edge.
Can't really change my personality. I tried to think of all risks.
But I will say, I think you've mellowed out a bit since we first met.
Now that I would agree with. I may be a bit detail-oriented, but hanging out feels just nice.
Yeah.
Plus, everyone's so different. You really bring in a nice perspective.
Yeah, I wasn't used to group work either, but it's kind of fun.
Well, even when it's not fun, at least I can say it's exciting.
Happy Corsica. In the world of DLCs and microtransactions, I freaking love this game, right? Alright, what is Rhythm Tower again? Until you reach the top floor, okay? Equip chips, attack wisely, change once you start. Helps with the score because the gears. Oh, okay. Combine high score combos to quickly defeating enemies and okay. Nah, I like Kitty. Let's do a new run. I like this. Grab Snaky, Spirit Pick. Okay. Enter the lit area to summon the next floors of enemies. You have to defeat all enemies in the floor before your time runs out. Defeating enemies and successfully killing floors will add time to the countdown. Keep running the timer. Once it runs out, it's game over. No, okay. Beat hits, parries, counters, and other just timing actions adds time to the clock. Oh, okay. Then it's good. Then it's good. Yeah. Nice. Oh, this is great. Okay, let's do it. Got him! Ooh, this is fun. Got him. Nice. Ooh, this mode is fun. Nice. Short. Oh, changing maps, alright. Now for some downtime. Use your remaining time to purchase item. Time. Roll the dice for a random item at a low price. You may luck out with something great or get nothing at all. Remember that every purchase deducts some from your leftover playtime, so purchase wisely. Yo. Where do I buy things? Oh, okay. Hi, Corsica. Gear rewards. For every 10 you climb, your gear multiplier increases, raising your final payout. The higher you climb, the higher the multiplier, so it's worth it to push as high as you can go. Nice! Risk it or cash out. Run out of time or lose all your health, you leave with nothing. If you think you might not make it, you can retire at the store and keep your gear. And your climb to the top. Oh, look at that! Look at that Corsica art. Exchange the remaining time for power-ups. Make sure not to spend too much time while you run out when fighting. Restore large amount of health. Medium energy drink. Medium amount of health. Battery. I'm feeling lucky. Anything goes, from fully refilling your gauge to nothing. You know, putting your time out. I'm okay with gauges and everything, so you just give me gauge, then I just ignore it now. You can have one save. Oh, okay. Dear multiplayer. Dear multiplayer. I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Got him. Let's go. Oh shit. Nice. You may be tired. Oh. I recommend sleep. I mean, I don't know the time zone, but if it's like, you know, early morning or very late at night, I recommend sleep because I like sleep. I like sleep. Sleep good. Right? Cool shark! 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 It's only 2:40 AM. Oh my god! 2:40 AM! I mean, I cannot say for myself, but I always sleep at around those times. You know, because midnight, I like midnight. It's the most quiet time. I love it. Nice. Oh. Medium amount of health. What is a medium amount of health? Medium energy drink. Considering last night I went to sleep at like 4:30 AM after your streams, this ain't bad. Okay. Nah. I feel kinda bad. I'm sorry. Gosh, time zones, man. Sometimes I hate it. I'm ready to go. Kitty! Oh, it's the Rekka fight.
See, just like I thought. It's fine. You need to relax.
Introducing the head of production, Rekka!
Oh no.
There you are, man.
Hey-o.
Messing with Rekka's crew, Rekka's production. And worst of all, yeah, Rekka's perfect, no defect record!
Your security tried to kill me!
Project Armstrong, EULA. Fine print. Should've read it, punk. Defects get recalled.
Recalled? You mean killed?
Rekka ain't picked the verbs. That's for the mooks in marketing. Anyway, thanks for being dumb enough to just waltz in here. Rekka ain't gotta get her hands dirty.
I told you.
Welcome to the Project Armstrong defect check, honey. And our QA's the best in the business. Hey-o!
Heyo! Oh, it's not Rekka fight. It's a big machine fight first. Oh, it's not showing anything, Chai.
I like defense.
Thanks.
That's good.
That's good.
I like how they taste.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
Level 1 million.
Oh, that's different. Alright, let's do it. Kitty.
Let's rock, big boy.
Bring it.
Get out of there! Chai, his hands are extra sensitive for, inspecting.
Weird way to say hit them, but okay.
There. Hands down, Chai. Go get him.
Oh. Thanks.
Fun get to use these. Try and dodge this.
Nice. Oh, I didn't see that. Nice.
Time to get
Let's go. Ow. Oh. Yeah, I got him. God, this is fun as fuck. When I know what I'm doing, this game is something else, I'm telling you. I need to heal. I need some heal. I think medium is good enough. Or large. How much is medium? That's it! Oh my god, the heal sucks. What do you mean? Just that little bit? Oh, fine. Okay, that's enough, fine. It's just a tiny bit. That's not medium, that's small. Alright, man, I'm ready to go. Yeah, I got this. Yeah. Yeah, sure. It's combo sized help. I mean, sounds about right. Hi, Muzzle. You're good at this. Thank you. I mean, I do love rhythm games. Oh, I forgot to mention why I'm so good at rhythm games. There's a game called Audition C back then that I really love to play. It's all about rhythm and, well, button pressing in timing. And I think I am gifted with a little bit of the musical talent. Just a little bit. So all of that combined, I think what makes me be pretty good at this game. So, there you go. Sorry about the humble brag though. I assure you that's not my intention. I just want to explain. Thank you, Daydreamer. Alright, let's continue. Oh. Oh. Ooh, nice. Yeah, they don't heal. And I think even my chip is not working, question mark. I do have the... Oh? I have the parry health, right? Even parrying doesn't give me health anymore, it feels like. Musical combo. Oh. Get him, kitty! Yeah! You see what I did, right? I just pressing on beat and it works. What? Man, I don't know why that didn't work. What did you say the game was you used to play? Multiple actually. Okay, let's see. Audition C. C as in Southeast Asia server. So let me type out the game that I played. I played Audition C. There's also O2 Jam, old games. High Street 5. And the worst of all, SDO Online. SDO Online sucks ass. These are the few that I play a lot. Yeah, Audition Online, but the C version. These are the 4 games that I used to play a lot. But Audition, you know, there's like a lot of fast games. I play 4-key, crazy 4-key challenge, 8 keys. I rarely play 8 keys, I don't play chants. I like 1-2 party. Beat up party is also really fun. Battle party is like sometimes with randoms is a little hard. You know, you're gonna have the perfect chain to beat the AI. Also, AI is like luck based. When you do perfect chain, we just got shit on. Something like that, right? It's fun. Auto Jam is just 7 keys. High Street 5 is something like Audition C, but you get free roaming abilities and you get to start your dance at any time possible. STO Online is like Auto Jam but 4-key, and the music sucks and the charting sucks. I was a fan of DJ Max and it's like Auto Jam, but I didn't really get to play that. Auto Jam bankrupt quite early on. I believe I was still in primary school and they got bankrupt. Because, you know, microtransactions for Auto Jam is not the best. Auto Jam usually, Auto Jam is just like good gameplay. And the microtransaction, like I said, microtransaction is not the best, so that is why Auto Jam didn't survive that long. Audition, people just get married in the game and buy a shitload of cosmetics. And I mean, a shitload. I don't know why it's so good, but I don't get it. Yeah, it changed hands between a few companies, and there is still an auto jam, but the current version is bad. There is, oh god, there is Automania if you want to try it out. Automania, although you have to find their own auto jam charting. I don't know how to find them, to be honest. Maybe I should look into it. But yeah, those are the games that I play. Makes me feel like I have a bit of a musical talent, I would say. Talent. Why did the shadow not work? Oh yeah, Muzzle streams. Muzzle raided me yesterday. Here, since Pinky did it, I will do it too. I don't know why it doesn't work. I'm sorry, Pinky. I'll change it. I'll not change. I'll look into it afterwards. There. Also, hi, Pinky. I'm gonna continue playing this for now. Kiki. Oh. Pinky, thank you. Oh, who? Who? Two times? Really? There we go. Oh, I dodged it, sorry. Go again. There we go. Okay, so I still get healed. I still get healed. Good to know. Thank you again, Pinky. Also, I hope you're doing good. Big appreciate for the subscribe. I've taken band and choir for many years in school, but I'm jealous of your basic ability to press buttons in tune, because that's why I struggle. I want to say practice, but I have the I'm sorry. I played an O2 Jam clone a little bit. For free ones, I like the Mania mode. In Osu, the 7 key ones I played just like Auto Jam as far as I know. Oh yeah, Osu also have that, I forgot. And Osu is actually good charting. I love Taiko, by the way. I absolutely love Taiko drum. I heckin' love it. I love playing the drum. I used to be a Chinese Lion Dance troop leader as well in terms of drum and also the chair. Let's do it. Hey, got him. Okay, I'm healing. You played that drum game too? I heard that it's popular and it looks fun. Yes! I bought a... Actually, let me show you something. I bought a drum for my Nintendo Switch and I used it to play Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythm Festival. Let me see if I can find it. Is it Doju drum? I don't remember. Taiko Doju? Or Taiko drum add-on. How about that? Taiko. How about if I like Taiko Switch drum controller? A drum controller. Which one did I put again? Not Hori. Hori is too expensive. They didn't say what name it is, but hey. Why did they all just show the Hori version? Here, let's go Shopee. I can feel the rhythm. I know when to do the things, but my own motor skills never cooperate. It's like the hand-ear coordination is difficult. I get that. It's like your brain listens to it and knows what to do, but your hand just doesn't keep up for some reason. Oh wait, no, it is this one. There, I bought this one. Taiko no Tatsujin. I have this one downstairs. I even streamed Taiko no Tatsujin once. And it was very scuffed because I cannot get the timing right ever. So I decided not to stream it. But this thing is fun. It's small. It doesn't feel like a real drum, but I'll take what I can get, you know. For a measly price of 100 ringgit, I can play this one. And by the way, it's not measly. This shit is fucking expensive. But yeah, it is something like this. The same. You connect. You just need to buy a Switch. Get this done. There. Yeah. I mean, I already have a Switch, so yeah. This thing is fun. I like it. I personally really like it. I love playing the drum. I think 2 minutes is good enough. Question mark. I'm good to go. My health is also good. Let's go. Got him. Let's do it. Itchy. Itchy. Oh shit. Got him. Thank you for shouting. No problem. I'm glad to help, even though I don't know if it's gonna help anything, but you're welcome. Yeah, fun! 32k gears now. I'm blocking it entirely, but I'm now accumulated 32k gears. I got this. Nice. Hi. This is a Rekka fight, I think. Let's buy some heal items. Lorge. Oh, that's a good heal. Okay, just buy a Lorge one in the future. Alright, ready to go. Yeah, I got this. Rekka. Kiki.
Pretty quiet. Not suspicious at all.
Introducing
I like Rekka. Yeah.
You want to be successful? You want to be productive? Then you gotta be aggressive.
Oh, here comes the music.
And when a defect punk like you wants to run out of here, you're just asking for it.
Asking for what exactly?
You disrespecting me? That's it.
I love how that's just a disrespect for a question.
I can see that.
Rhythmic. Woo.
What was your plan for this, Peppermint?
I don't know. Fight?
Fight? Hey!
Double for this.
But I'm not paying you anything.
Hey! I'm the main show here.
Super Slam. I forgot to fight Rekka.
Woo! Come on!
Let's go, Short.
Come here.
There we go. Not bad, right?
Not bad. Very defect.
Thanks. Drop kick. I miss playing party animals. Oh sh. Dun, dun. Oh yeah, don't get close to her. I remember now.
Use some juice.
So cool. Oh, I forgot. I cannot. Nice, 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 nice. Hi, Gogeta. Going master? I don't think I am. I'm doing Tylra, yeah. This one is fun. I just unlocked it. I just finished the game story just now.
With the trash.
Oh god, I'm bad. Let's do it. Do you like TT? Do you like TT? Oh. Oh. That's a new move. Oh my god. Oh. Ow. Got him. There's no heal. Oh, I forgot to jump. PT. I'm just spamming everything now. Oh, okay. I still got it. I have no health. That was kinda scary. I love doing the BPM tower. BPM tower is like getting faster and faster, right? It's endless. I haven't tried that one yet. I tried the power up, turning up something. I need some health. That's my large. If I buy again, I'll have less than 1 minute. It's gonna be kind of scary. I think the self is good enough. Yeah? I love this one so far. Haven't tried the other ones yet. Since I just finished the main story and this is like the second post-game content I'm playing. Doing on Tylra BPM, it's the only thing I play now. I keep getting S ranks. Oh my god. Pure gamer right here. Holy shit. I don't think I can handle somewhere around 120 BPM. I don't know how fast this is. I don't know how fast things are. Just a little bit faster than this, I feel I'm gonna crumble. Oh. Okay, not bad. Getting some time back, no heals still. 40k gear, ooh. 40k gear at stake now, I'm so afraid of losing. Oh, okay. That's gonna hurt. I have no health. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad. How many floors are there again? Oh. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Not too much health loss. I think I can buy a large tank. If I get to buy it. Let's do it. Oh boy, I'm gonna steal the show first. Okay, let's do the show again. Oh god. Okay, there we go. The bird is hard to deal with. Whew. Nice, nice, nice. Hi, Merv. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I'm at how much? I cannot see. Oh, wait. Gears earned 49k. Let's say that's 50k, right? Current gear take home. Oh, wait, I earned some, but I take home this amount. Oh, okay lah. I guess that's not bad. Fun-sized dragon. Oh my god, look at that. Excite. That's so adorable. It's a floof Dirk. Oh. Also, I hope you're doing good, man. I saw the Kenshi gameplay, very chaotic. And all the zoomies. The zoomies. Right, I'm good to go. Gonna try my best. If I lost 50k gear, I might cry about it, but it's okay. It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing. Uh-oh. Dang it. I took too much damage. Oh, that's a big health though. Zoom. I'm gonna do it. Oh. Right, here we go. Nice. I'm so bad. There we go. I didn't even hit something like that. That's alright. I'm getting health back actually. This is great. Boom. I didn't hit it. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm very surprised. Not the bird. Where's the bird? Oh my god. Nice. 10 seconds? Ooh, that's pretty good. I got this, right? How many floors are there? Remaining time 1 minute, okay. My health is a little scary, but I'm feeling lucky. Let's try once. Not bad. Ooh, nice. Nah, I'm not. Actually, okay, fine, I'll do it once more. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. I'm not trying this ever again. Alright, I'm ready to go. I got the lucky bobo. Alright, going in. I want the Kiki. Here we go. Okay. Sorry. Sorry again. Okay. What? Alright, let's do it. Yes. I got this. Okay, ooh, that was a long fight. That was a really long fight. Ooh, okay. Wait, let me take a breather. Let me drink some drinks. Oh yeah, also let me do some shoutouts real quick. I'm gonna do this. There's also like this. And I know there's Overboard Cobalt streams as well, so there you go. Cobalt! Gonna love Cobalt. Actually, I feel like my health is fine. There's no need to buy that much health, I feel like. Since I can sort of get heals from time to time when I attack enemies. I'll buy a medium one. Alright, here we go. Thank you for the no problem. Kobo good. We like Kobo. Oh, nice. That was sick. That was nice. That was really good. Oh yeah. There's one more, real quick. Okay. I found another heckin' adorable kobo. I missed it. Do it again, do it again. Thank you. Yes. Oh, nice. That works. Welcome back, Shredder. It's the stinky Floofberg. Welcome back. Oh. Nice. My dream has been fulfilled. A mode where it's just endless fun. Where the music is not too fast, but I can just keep fighting. That's really fun. I love it. All the pets. Thanks, Shredder. Where are you aiming at? Steal the show! Go, kitty! Ow. Alright, let's do it. Alright, I'm keeping the time quite consistent now. It's like staying at 1 minute or something. 1 minute 30 seconds about. But my health is not looking really good now. I'm gonna go turn off the light. I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick. The sun is shining directly at my face and Kobo doesn't like sun. Right, I'm back. My health is halfway gone. It's kind of scary, but I think I got this. Oh, I missed it. Oh, sorry. I messed up! Man, I kinda messed up big time there. I'm buying a large one. And I'm gonna gamble once. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Okay, that's enough. I only have 1 minute left. This is scary. Alright, let's try it. Okay. Stinky. God. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Go shark! 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 Not the bird. Ooh. Okay. Okay, not bad. That's 100k gears now. I'm at 100k gear. The stakes are high. I am terrified. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Kitty, I feel like Kitty is actually kind of OP, don't you think? Just stuns everyone for years. Nice. That was good, that was good. This is Zanzo's fight, right? The AR system. I'm feeling lucky. No fucking way. How lucky can I get? I am never using this anymore. I am never using this anymore. I'm sure the next one I'm gonna get is sus. It's only OP because you can kill them so fast. Wasn't I supposed to kill them fast normally? I mean, basically I'll just use I'll use Kitty and then just spam the assist. Oh, Mimosa! Mimosa is hard. Oh shit, I forgot. I might die here. Let's try my best. Cannon outfit, let's go.
Who am I, Mimosa? Wait for your cue, shark.
Give us your Spectra password.
You ruined. Actually, you're all in store for a very special engagement. One of my good friends is here. I am the Queen of Spin, and this is my show. Assistance! And you out there, get ready for a show. Now hit it!
Ooh. A shark in the ring of the shark.
Is protecting her. You won't be able to directly damage her. You'll have to stun her to even have it. Well, Joy. Do as much damage as you can before her dress comes back online.
You won't get away with that.
Don't die! Her dress is back in full power. Call me then. Keep at them. Don't give her time to recharge. So sensitive. You'll get out of our way.
Okay. That was fast.
Oh, this is entertaining. Let's raise the stakes and turn down the lights.
Oh, this is hard though. I don't know how this works. So purple, right? Purple. Ooh, that's really fast. All right, I'm jamming
All eyes on me, Mimosa.
because I'm a shark.
This crowd's in the palm of my hand, and they want to see a real performance. Let's see who they're here for.
Let's go auto jam, but only one button. This is fun. Nice! Perfect. We'd love to see it.
No one takes my limelight and lives to tell about it.
I'm about to.
Now this is a festival. This dress is a part of me. You'll never. You little rock. You take the wrong side here from me. The crowd is here for me.
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
This dress is a part of me. You'll never. You picked the wrong fight. This dress is a part of me. You'll never.
Oh my god.
You picked the wrong fight.
I messed up. Oh, hi, Tikaka. Nice. Hi, Ion. Welcome, welcome. It's another fellow Popo. I have to do this.
Emotional damage.
For her. Not me. Ikaka. Very nice Popo. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I'm enjoying this new mode right here. It's Tikakati, yeah. I saw your uppy post on Twitter. It's like, oh my god, that's perfect. It's the perfect uppy post. When Kobo requires uppies. Also, I'm just gonna do this. It's probably gonna be bad, but you never know. No way, how lucky can I get? No way, I don't trust this. Hey, whoa. Uppies are a part of healthy life requirements for kobolds? Yeah! Very important. Kobolds requires uppies for a regular uppies schedule. It's like the kobold upkeep. Let's do it. I got this, I think. Nice. That's why kobolds invented jetpacks. Jetpacks, we fly. A give uppies, get yippies. Yeah. You for sure will get a yip from a kobold when you give them uppies, so make sure to give them uppies. Very important. Gonna get their yips out. I dodged it. Do it again. Okay. Nice. Oh, that could have been cool, that last hit. Kitty! Nice. Okay. Nice. This game mode is exactly the same thing as the Bloody Palace from Devil May Cry, and it fits perfectly. Oh, yeah, it seems like this game is inspired by a lot of Devil May Cry, to be honest. Since I don't really play Devil May Cry, so I have no idea. But it's kinda cool that people point out that a lot of Devil May Cry things is here. Very nice. This is how I started the fight now. Nice. I need to buy health. I have no health. Kinda scary. Okay, nice, that was fast. Nice, getting some health back from the parries. How many floors are there? Holy shit. I don't trust this. No fucking way, no way. There's no way. Not a single bad thing happened. I do not trust it. In Devil May Cry there are 101 floors. Oh shit, what if there's 101 floors as well? It's like the whole game without the platforming parts, right? It sounds about right. Oh! Oh, you're right. We are not changing scenes, we are progressing through the scenes. Uh-oh, my stream died. Am I back? I think my stream died for a little bit now. No, it's a Malaysian connection coming back. And then this ad break. Fuck. So we are progressing through the scenes, we're progressing through the game without the platforming part. Oh, when you put it that way, it explains a lot. Stream died? No, okay, thank God, thank you. Also, thanks for the pets. Stream is working? Nice, okay. Good to know. Lag for a few seconds. Looks about right. It's working. Nice, good to know. It feels like today the Malaysian connection is acting up. Alright, I'm ready to go. Yes, I have full health, I'm ready. Let's get him. Sick. The more I play this mode, the more fun it is. It actually makes me utilize everything that I have. Nice. Ooh, health is going down. Gotta be careful. Oh, I missed it. Alright, got some health back. But how kobold is Tylra though? As kobold as she can be? Question mark? Probably. As kobold as she can be, maybe. Tylra is quite the kobold, I would say. Nice, that was quick. Uh-oh. Ow! Sorry, was focusing a little bit. I didn't even look at how the skin was. The cutest one. Tikaka. Thank you. Tikaka is also very cute. Maybe the cutest as well. The Dirk plus Kobold will be something. Isn't Kobold always has been Dirk plus something? A fun-sized dragon is a Kobold, isn't it? I'm trying it again. There we go. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's hitting me now. One more. Okay. Actually pretty good. Alright, I'm ready to go. Every kobold is the cutest build? Yay. If you try some multiplying, why are you implying? Would be something interesting? I'm sure. Beware, my innocent looks are only to let me steal your coffees. I would gladly surrender some coffee for the best build. Oh, we can share coffee. Coffee good. Oh, we're finding this one, okay. Oh, there you go. No multiplying. Get bonked. hot.
Hey guys.
With confidence now, kid.
Corsica, that wolf thing was not an expression.
Kitty. Loots all the coffee for Kobo friends. Yeah.
You gotta get through me.
Alright, let's do it. If I remember how to fight you. Has to be done. I have to be quick.
You're only making me angrier.
Is that even possible?
Yeah, I died a bunch of times here.
Let's take this someplace a bit more secure, so we don't disturb the neighbors.
Hey yo, this is the best part of the game.
Watch out, Chai!
Call me in. Let me help. Here to help,
Here we go!
Nice. Shit. Nice. Okay, this one is hard, so let's take it slow. Shit. Hey, can I heal? Can I at least heal a little bit? Oh, hi, Dinari. My 150k is on the line here.
Are in, and you are out. Well, that makes no sense, you idiot.
I need at least a little bit of heal. Shorik. Hope you're doing good, Dinari. Welcome in.
I put my stock in the future, and not yours, kid.
There we go. Immediately loses it. I know it doesn't work. I don't want to take a breather.
This is our chance, Try. Together we can go up against them.
Okay, there we go. Woohoo! That was way too close. That was way too close. Look at the hell! That was way too close. Oh my god. Oh god. How many was that? That was 250k on the line, 250k on the line. I'm shaking. Bet on this? Nah, I'll just buy the large. I'll play it ons. Yeah, that's good enough. I don't know how I fare. I'm a little terrified, but I'm gonna keep going. I got this. I'm gonna play through the whole game first try. On hard mode even. Okay. Yeah, that was a really close one. I was focusing on the game 200%. Right, let's do it. I can get maybe 1,000,000 gears after this, I don't know. Let's go, we got this, let's do it. It's so fast. Alright, still got it. The parry really helps, look at that. I'm basically just healing with parry. And it works, it kind of works. Thank goodness for the parry health chip. Let's do it. I'm doing it again. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. I dodged it. I didn't mean to do it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Nice! Okay, I'm doing really good somehow. Let's do it. I'm feeling it this time. Oh, 1, 2, 3, sorry. Let's try them. Got him. Below 55. Whew. Alright, we got this, we got this, we got this. I'm hyping myself up. I think I got this. Oh, this one is hard. Oh, we're back here. Do I play it safe? Do I play honest, or do I just cheese? I don't know if this is cheese, but it's not really cheese. It's luck based. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, here it comes. Here it comes. All right, let's play honest. They just play all these. See, it's more than enough. YOLO. I haven't heard YOLO in a while. YOLO. Gosh, talking about YOLO makes me feel old. Right, I'm ready to go. Let's do it. 1 minute 34. Oh, it's an AR. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, get him. The luck-based purchase seems surprisingly economic. I know, right? Only 7 seconds. Oh, that's gonna be hard. Nice, okay. Hi, legs. Nice. Good morning. I got this. I got full health. Good morning. Hope you have a nice sleep, Leaks. Welcome in. Ooh, take a breather. I got this. Okay, let's do it. Nice. Okay. And sleep was good and I'm doing okay. Nice, good to know. How's rushing so far? I'm having a heckin' big blast currently. This game is 100%. I love it. And now I'm doing like a post-game content. I'm just trying out the Rhythm Tower and I'm doing surprisingly well so far. Considering that I'm at floor 59. So yeah, rushing is pretty good. Yeah, it's stinky. Alright, let's do it. Uh-oh. Oh my god, there's so many things happening. I didn't need to do it again. Okay, thank you. Okay, just one down. There are no parry. Okay, the bird is the hardest enemy by far. Noise, yee! Trying my best. And Kobo trying her best. Okay. Let's try the 7 seconds again. Just once. It's okay. Then I'll buy one of these. There, it's worth. Look at that. Good enough. Ready to go. Now we're fighting who again? I don't remember. Are we fighting Kale already? We're fighting Kale already! This is the last stage. Get up, Chai! God, I need to remember all the patterns.
Don't call it a comeback.
Pain in the ass. You know what? Let's take this outside.
Remember, there's triplets in here. Laser triplets. This one. Oh, no time, no time.
Come on. You should see what this body is capable.
Alright, here we go. Last fight. See if I get enough time.
Put your pathetic Armstrong tech to shame.
This one is so time consuming though.
Oh yes, we will.
Might want to stand back.
Stay back, guys. Let me have
If they don't do anything, I cannot do anything.
break that lens for you. Now finish it. Show Kale who's in charge.
Might want to stand back.
Don't worry about it, it's up to you.
Come here.
God, let me break those shoes. There, just give it up.
Just give it up.
Shit.
Now see if you can destroy that.
Come here.
Oh god. No.
Too much for you, as expected.
It is so time consuming, the last one. Well, there goes my 200k gear. Your gear reward isn't factored in, but with the bonus multiplier on higher floors, why would you go try to earn as much as possible? Well, I tried, I totally tried. Yeah, I got mega far. At least, I think it's pretty good for the first try. If I say I'm not upset, I will be lying. I am mega upset, but then again, yeah. I tried. Yeah, that's why I found out towards the end, it's like I need to do beat hit to get combos. And that's where I found there's one move that's very important. Because each beat hit is like 3 seconds, right? And that beat was fast enough for about 3 seconds per beat hit for the light combo. And here's one combo that really matters, I think. Well, combo. This one. The name says it. A quick beat hit. This is where I can just farm time, it feels like. You know what I mean? Pick me up my high pitch punch. Oh, I only have one special hit. Because I have no gear. My one special is the kitty. Kitty's pretty all around, just doesn't work on the last boss. That's it. Steal the show. Kitty! Pick Me Up heals you? I think I sold High Pitch Punch because High Pitch Punch is just one reverb gauge. It's not bad by all means, it's good. It's just I need money for that time I wanted money to buy Corsica stuff. Yeah, Pick Me Up is just a heal. I think heal I can use parry to heal, so it's not too much of an issue, it feels like. But then again, being able to heal using reverb gauge is also pretty good. What is this? No! Why are you so expensive? Why are you so expensive? Fucking the game knows, the game knows. I need a 808 gigawatt cat attack. I need to buy this. This is the goal now. 150k, right? I can do the gear tower again. But not now. Ooh, that is very tiring. Ability to detect nearby Armstrong circuits and other important items in levels. A cat 6th sense. With circuits nearby, look for 100 question. Oh, it's not a question mark, it's an exclamation mark. Oh. Yeah, I had parry charge and parry health. I just keep parrying so that I can heal. Albeit it's only like 20%, but it's also a good amount of heal, I would say. The can? Which can? From Pick Me Up. Huh? When Chai's in trouble, he will bust out the reserve energy drink and give him a health boost in mid-battle. Landing the beat hit while drinking will restore even more health. I think the can is just like a hidden tag, isn't it? Thanks for the pet, Nexu. It is? Yeah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. It's not a game without a hidden tag. Just look at Tekken. Full of hidden tags that people doesn't even know. Sense danger and develop a barrier to protect Chai. Macron's protective wall can defend Chai against 3 hits before being destroyed. It follows? Ooh. I hate it. And Corsica the best, look at that. Corsica. Nah, Kitty wins forever. Hibiki. Oh, there's a minigame. Oh, that is sick. Oh my god. Oh, distraction. Mid-range high damage attack. Cool. This is the best one. Quite possibly the strongest attack anyone has seen. 808's power unleashed in a devastating blow that will crush any and all foes. If only her arms were longer. You have the time and place yourself perfect for this one. Score bonus times 10. Score bonus times 10. Show it to me. Alright, that's our goal for the next time, but for now, gosh, I think I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break. We're gonna take a Ridden Tower again. I got this. I got the Ridden Tower down, but in the meantime, Do I? Yeah, I'm gonna continue playing this game, but not gonna be like a. Oh, I actually forgot. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait, what's the time? Oh no! Wait a minute. It's already October. Okay, let me explain. All right, let me close the game and let me explain. All right. So, why am I so baffled? For a reason, right? So October 6th. Yes. October 6th is something special. I haven't announced it on Discord yet, but it is something special. October 6th is gonna be my birthday stream and also my special 1K special 1K stream. Sorry. It's been a while. I've been planning for it, but I fear that I don't have much to offer other than just me being here for a longer time. You know, it's a little you know, it's a little just a bit of a Let's listen to this one. Lo-fi dragon. So yeah, October 6th is gonna be a special day. Yeah. So how it's gonna work? I'm gonna explain it a little bit, but I'll keep it not too long. Yeah, I'll keep it not too long. So time-wise, I'm gonna do it. From 9 to 10 in the morning around to 12 to 1 in the morning. So that's like almost a whole day lah, right? Also almost a whole day, but I still get to like eat breakfast before I start and also sleep in between the streams. So I think that's a good time. And it's gonna happen from October 6th to October 9th. That is from Friday to Monday, right? So it's quite a special stream that I have planned. I wish it's kind of special. I don't know. But I did plan a little bit of things. Something Twitch integration, but I haven't tried it out yet. I am thinking of doing Deep Rock Galactic more, and maybe even using Twitch integration to do it. Yeah, that is in my planning currently. Incentive wise, it's not a subathon, so I'll just stream that time, like period. Any subs will not alter the time or anything, but there is incentives, right? I'll not make it too much. There's one very embarrassing video of mine dancing in suit the first time in a furry convention, and I think it's kind of special, but at the same time I might just die from embarrassment if I show that video. But I think you know, it's like a bit of a, I want to show it, but at the same time I don't want to show it, that kind of feeling. You know that feeling, right? Welcome back, Merp. Nom Nom successful? Nice. Hopefully the Nom Nom is amazing. So yeah, October 6th to October 9th, something special. Just me being here longer than usual, pretty much. But of course, I want to do like I want to do more. Like, there are people I see that can stream weeks, straight up weeks, non-stop, but I cannot do it because I have work on Tuesday and Wednesday. I still need money, so I cannot do subathon like that. I need to cap a time, but I didn't. Wait, my brain just shut out. Wait, my brain just shut down. What was I saying? What was I talking again? Oh my god, wait, my brain just actually read that. Oh fuck, what was I talking? No way! No fucking way! No! Oh, that's weird. Ooh, that feels weird. Ooh, wait. I don't understand. My brain actually just shuts down. Oh, reset, rather. I got nothing. How is it even possible? If it's too much, it's okay. Still excited to see special stream. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. Cobalt.exe stopped responding. Yeah, it's just someone just end task and just restarted the program. Help. I legit don't remember. This is not a joke. I mean, I know I have a tendency of just like don't remember that I'm in mid conversation, but I didn't think it's gonna be this severe. I know about this already, but man, this is something new. I'm trying to recall. Okay, retrace my steps. Date. Hi, Pinky. Date 6 to 9. Okay, sorry, 69 though, nice. And oh yeah, DRG Twitch integration thing. Incentive! Oh my god, I'm back, let's go, okay. Fucking hell. Okay, let me drink first. So, time, subs, and incentives, right? I'm gonna show a video. I finally got here. Oh my god. That took a while. Sorry, my brain just stops working there. So, incentive. That's one, right? I mentioned about my dancing videos. One, not S. Dancing video, no S. I think I have it still. Let me check my Google Drive. I mean, if I don't have it, that'll be kind of awkward if someone, you know, if I somehow got the incentive. Let's see. Is it here? Oh, it's from someone's perspective. Oh, it's a different... Wait, how did I get this video? Let me mute this one. Oh, wait a minute, this is from YouTube. The fuck? Wait, I didn't say that. Oh my god, I'm looking at the video, I'm gonna cry. Oh, okay, so this is the video. Yeah, I still have the video. Oh shit. Oh my god, I cannot. Okay, let's close this. It's okay, no one saw that, no one can see that yet, right? So incentive wise, I don't know how much I'm gonna put the incentive at. Currently I don't know how the sub is gonna go, and it's kind of funny how I do this on a non-September. You know, the month where the subs are a little bit more affordable, just a little bit more. So it's kind of weird, but I'm doing it anyway. Incentive, don't know the numbers yet. I'm gonna put only that one. The maid dress. That one is also kind of embarrassing. I don't know if I want to do. I don't know, but that is still in my consideration, right? That is still, but I only have a few days left, so that's a bit of a problem. But incentive wise, I think I only have these two things. Numbers wise, I still don't know. Maybe I'll wing it. I don't know, I'll wing it. So yeah, DRG Twitch integration is one thing, and a bunch of. It's probably just gonna be me playing a bunch of games as well. Maybe some community games? Question mark. I'm a little afraid of playing. What's the game again? Jackbox. Nah, I'm not gonna play Jackbox. Maybe even more Party Animals. You know, Party Animals is great. Let's play more Party Animals. Go to bed. I don't want to go to bed yet, Bailey. Hi, Bailey. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, October 6 to 9 morning. Let's put it around 10, right? Let's put it around 10. Around 10 a.m. to around 1 a.m. So of course in between I'm gonna go get lunch, dinner. Oh, there it is. It works now. Nice. Oh, you were playing Stardew Valley? Oh, ooh. It's a game that I haven't played for a long time. It's a fun game. It's kind of time consuming though. But a fun game nonetheless. Okay, so you know what? If anything else, I'm gonna post it into Discord soon, and by soon I mean tomorrow. Yay! I'm gonna post the details. What are the details? on Discord tomorrow. I need to phrase this out in my brain and sort of type things out first. So. It's a big one. I want to make it a big one. There's been a pretty big update announced for Stardew. It sounds fun. Ooh, nice. The game is still getting updated. Cool. So yeah, I guess I can say DRG is one, and also I think I'm gonna bring back Minecraft for a little bit. I'll bring back Minecraft for a little bit. Because of the origin mods. I need to figure out how to do origin mods. But boy oh boy. Maybe I should. Because tomorrow and the day after I have work. Let me see if those 2 days nighttime I can sort of figure out how the origin mod works. Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm just trying to do things when the you know when deadline is here and then I just started doing it. Yeah, I'm like that. Why am I so laggy? Help. Gonna find that Kobo mod. Oh, you mean for Deep Rock Galactic? I think if you search for Kobo, there it should be there. Unless there's a Kobold in Minecraft, then that's the different story. Can we know which mod and version in advance in case it's a server? Oh, I do want to make it a server. Which mod and version in advance? Ooh, okay. I never did this before. And I don't know anything about Minecraft. Let me try. Origin Minecraft Origin, right? Origin is a unique Minecraft mod with almost 3 million downloads on the CurseForge website. Ooh, CurseForge. Origin Fabric or Origin... What? How is there 2 different kinds of things? Okay, wait a minute. Let's not skip some... okay. How do I put mods to Minecraft? Is the I think that would be the first question. What is Origin's Forge and Origin Fabric? Oh no, it's gonna... Oh, I can feel it. It's gonna be bad. An official Forge port for the Origins mod for Fabric. Oh, the original work is Origins, huh? Okay. Oh, it's fabric. Yeah, fabric. A fabric mod, meaning it requires the fabric loader and the fabric API to function. Choose an origin at the beginning of the game with special abilities, some of which help you out while others hinder in your gameplay. Endarian, Merling, Phantom, Elytrian, Blazehorn, Avian, Arachnid, Shulk, and Feline. I'm gonna eat some food, thanks for stream. Have good food, Nexu. Thank you for being here, really appreciate you. Let me snooze the ad as well. Well, there's no dragon, but at least there's Avian. Or is Blazeborn must be the dragon, I think. Starts the game in the nether. Okay, so it's gonna be the origin mods then. I'll take a look on how to do this. Time to do a bunch of research. Okay, so origin mod it is. And what the mod version? Game version. What's with type R? There's so many things I don't know. Ooh boy. Okay. Okay. You know, if worst comes to worst, I don't know how to do it, I might ask for help on Thursday then. Yeah. Okay, if I don't know what to do, I'll just ask for help on Thursday. See if that works. Or at least do it on the stream and maybe someone knows how to do it. Main files 1.20.1. That's a lot of things to read. You know, Han, we could play DRG if you want. Ooh. DRG, yeah, DRG is fun. I'm gonna do it on the first day of my special stream. With Twitch integration as well. It's gonna be so chaotic. Let me see. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. Okay, check. Wait, there's Twitch integration too? I heard there is. Hehe. I'm sure you figure it out, smart people. I'm gonna try my best. And also the Twitch integration for DRG shouldn't be too hard because it's just a Twitch integration, a mod, if you will. It's a mod for DRG, right? I can put party animals in the game as well. Like the game to play because it's like a fun kind of game. High energy games, how about that, right? If you want maybe even some Phasmo for the fun times, I think. But yeah, it's a lot of possibilities. I know I say I plan it, but man, when I say I plan things, I don't really plan it. I don't know how I work sometimes. I work in mysterious ways, huh? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go get dinner. My brain doesn't work anymore. I want food. Today's Monday, right? Oh yeah, today's Monday, okay. Fuck. Dude, oh my god, my brain, man. Oh my god. Let me just summon Bernie. Hey, Bernie. Hi.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I have a Discord, my socials is right there. Oh, thanks, Pinky. A lot of possibilities, eh? You're right. Bites the go. Why? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Why am I getting bitten by a polar bear? No, no. Maybe I should change the... Ooh, you know what? Yeah, let me go to Streamlabs real quick. Let's not put it as Drox anymore. Let's change it to Tylra. Maybe it just tastes nice. No. No. Although, taste though, what would I taste like? Lavender? I would taste of lavender. Ooh, I love lavender. Lavender is nice. There we go. There, I changed it. Wait, you weren't wearing a delivery outfit, right? Huh? Why should me running out now doing the stream? Bye bye. Okay. Bye bye, Merp. And good luck with stream. Okay. Merp is not here anymore, right? Guys, Merp is not here anymore, right? Let's rate Merp. Yeah, let's rate Merp. Yeah. And Merp doesn't know this. Merp doesn't know. Yeah. I still no. You don't know that. I'm not about to bring a bunch of kobolds to your stream. No. No. Thank you, Pinky. No, you don't. Okay, I don't. There you go. Yeah, you don't. You don't know that. Okay, wait. Merp, cover your ears. You don't want to hear this next part. Yeah, you don't want to hear the next part. It's dangerous. It's bad. Okay, guys, I'm gonna type the rate to Merp. No one knows this. Oh, Merp doesn't know. There, I did it. They don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner now, and I'll do some more preparations for the special stream on October 6th. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's about it. I'll do an announcement of Discord as ASAP, right? As soon as possible. Oh yeah, tapping the raid. Oh my god, my brain. I'm gonna go raid. Oh my god. Alright, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Like, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Love you all. Okay? And here comes the raid to Merp. Fellow Bobo. I cannot believe my brain just stops working for like 3 times in a row. In such a short time too. Oh, boop. Yeah, that works. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Muzzle. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you, really. You guys make me happy. Yeah. Also, Hi-Fi Rush is good. I will play more. I will play more Hi-Fi Rush. But I also think that I should get back into Baldur's Gate someday. Someday. I'm probably not gonna play Baldur's Gate during my special stream period, so yeah. That's why I say someday, probably after the special stream date then, right? Yeah. Then I'll wait for the heckin' countdown to finish. Should probably make a ending stream screen, huh? There, that's the right message. Ad starts in 3 minutes. Haha, too late, ad break. Too little too late. You suck. Yeah, see you guys on Thursday. Love y'all. Alright, I'll wait for the timer to go down as always. Love y'all. Smooches. Bye bye. Oh.